Thank you for tuning in to Exeter TV. Exeter TV is the town's public and government access channels, available on Comcast channels 98 and 22. Channel 98 is your channel. If you have an idea for a program, want to host your own talk show, or submit a film, we're here to get your content on television. On Channel 22, we bring you live and replay coverage of government meetings and other town updates. A third channel, Blue Hawk Media, is operated by SAU 16 and can be found on Channel 13, with all your school sports, events, and meetings. You can watch Exeter TV online at exeternh.tv, Apple TV, and on Roku. Find us on social media for extra content. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell to get notified about live streams and new content. Tune in to our platforms every other Friday to watch the Exeter Bi-Weekly Report with recaps of recent events, updates from town departments, and messages from nonprofits in your area. If you head to our website, exeternh.tv, we invite you to sign up to our newsletter to receive monthly updates about new content, upcoming meetings, and more. We'd like to thank you for taking the time to watch Exeter TV and hope that you tune in to our other content as well.
agenda tonight to the Town of Exeter, New Hampshire Historic District Commission meeting. It is Thursday, December 16th, 2001, approximately 7 o'clock. And we will open up public hearings in just a moment. With us tonight, we have Doug Callum, Pam Gedham, myself, Patrick Gordon, Gwen English, and our planning board, Gwen English is our planning board rep, our select board rep is Julie Gilman. All right. So to start the public hearings, we have the continuation of the application. Oh no. Feedback. The new mics are working a little too well. The continuation of the application, which is case number 21-11. The application of Philip Exeter Academy for the proposed demolition of the existing building located at 8 Gilman Lane. The subject property is located in the R2 Single Family Residential District, tax map parcel 71-119. At the same time, I'd like to ask for a motion from the commission to tie this application to case number 21-13. I'm sorry, not 21-13. Sorry.
That's a little hard. 12.
Do we have one case number now for?
But we had two.
We have two.
Yeah, the two, because one is for demolition and the other is for renovation.
Okay, so maybe it's just a typo. This says the application of Phillips Exeter Academy for the proposal construction of 2 new residential buildings located on the property at 8 Gilman Lane. Okay, 2 new properties. Okay, I thought that was 2 new residences in lieu of the triplex. So, okay, understood. So, I would ask for a motion to tie these two together, inherent in the sense that they are the same shared property, and the removal of one would be with the replacement of another. So, may I have a motion to review these applications simultaneously?
So moved.
Got a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, aye. Thank you very much. All right, so because it's 8 Gilman Lane, and when we do a demolition review, it's a review of what is being removed and what would be replacing it. They're inherently tied together. Since we had 2 separate applications, those should be as one. So we're going to review them at the same time.
Okay, so Chairman, I understand that, but I would ask that if the application for the demolition is not voted on tonight, or that we still continue with reviewing the new construction, just because there is part of that is not contingent on the demolition of 8 Gilman. And
correct. Also,
yes, we want to be able to have feedback on the triplex. We had a lot of good feedback on the duplex, but we obviously, if we go forward with other avenues, we still want to be able to get your feedback on the triplex. So if we can,
I don't disagree with that request. What would the new addresses be? Because
I'm sorry, there was some comment back here.
We're talking about all the property, the property being 8 Gilman Lane. So if the duplex that's now at the street front would be a new address, do we know what that address would be?
We won't know until the post office tells us.
Right, not until the site plan review process.
The E911 committee is working on renumbering streets, etc., so they go there first.
Okay.
Yeah, my guess is the duplex would have a high street address.
I'm trying to think of a legal way that we can separate them as you're requesting.
Well, I think actually I made the motion to blend them together, and I would like to withdraw that motion.
Okay. However,
To withdraw your second.
Yeah, I will do.
Reconsider, I should say.
well, here's the thing. What should be tied together is the triplex, because that would be on the footprint of the building you're asking to be removed. Those two should be on the same application.
Right.
The one that's at the street should be its own separate. is really how it should be.
That makes sense.
Well, so maybe if the application's for the demolitions first. If that's not successful, maybe we can use the second application at least as a working, we can at least get review comments on that, and we can, if we can get approval on that, maybe it's contingent, we can work out the language as far as what it is contingent on. And I don't want to take too much time to I don't want to waste your time on it. We just at least want feedback.
Right.
So that we can, make sure that we can keep the process going
We'll
as we
certainly
pursue
have
it.
discussion and feedback prior to
Patrick, I would like to reconsider the motion that I made to blend the two.
Would you like to make a new motion?
I would.
Okay.
I would move to consider the project as assigned on our agenda, the two separate projects with the one new duplex that is right on High Street, and then consider the 8 Gilman Lane as the separate project. So don't combine them, keep them separate.
As I read the agenda right now, case number 21-12 is the triplex and the duplex as two new buildings. And the demolition is by itself.
Okay. Nobody seconded me, so that's
But we don't have addresses, because it's all the same property.
Well,
I guess we can identify them by duplex, triplex, and existing 8 Gilman Lane.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, may I have,
Mr. Chairman, can I, just for proposed triplex, proposed duplex, just for formality of wording? Because nothing's been finalized, am I correct?
correct, yes? Yeah,
Okay.
it is. All right, so may I have a motion to have the proposed demolition of 8 Gilman Lane tied to the application for the proposed construction of the triplex at 8 Gilman Lane as one application, and as a separate application, the proposed construction of the duplex at the front of 8 Gilman Lane.
And what would those cases be? Or we don't know yet?
Well, we've got 2 cases
Yeah.
that we can choose. Demolition is already tied to 21-11.
Okay.
Well, like Mr. Layton said, the demolition of 8 Gilman Lane does not affect the duplex
Right.
on High Street.
It'd be the proposed demolition of 8 Gilman Lane and the proposed construction of the triplex
Yeah.
on application 21-11. And as a separate application, case 21-12 would be the proposed construction of a duplex.
Doesn't help that our applications are not numbered. Oh, this is frustrating.
Well, as we looked at the proposed site plan, the existing footprint of 8 Gilman Lane would be in the closest proximity of the proposed triplex. That's why I would request the motion to tie those two together.
Okay, let's see if I've got this right. I propose that we tie the application for the demolition of 8 Gilman Lane with the building of the triplex. Case number 2111. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone second that? No.
Discussion, well, you know, I have to say, the building department give us the case numbers as it was presented to them. So that's part of the problem. Yeah.
Right. Were those in the original envelope or were those new? That must have been in the original. Sure.
I have it handwritten in as 2111, as the request for demolition
Just the demolition.
of 8 Gilman Lane. And that's how the application, that's how the agenda reads tonight.
Right.
So are you proposing to amend that to add the proposed construction of the triplex, that application? Is that what you, okay.
And I'll tell you the reason why I'm making that request. In the past, we've been asked to separate them, and can we just get the demolition approved before we, figure out the design details of the other? And what has happened is that demolition is done, and then the other is never built.
Sure.
So that's why we're tying them together.
Yep.
So that's the request. And I believe that the first motion that Pam has made is accurate for that. We would then need a second motion for the duplex as application 2112.
Mr. Chair, I will withdraw the second to Julie's initial motion, just to clean that up. And I will second your motion.
Can you read back what my motion was? I'm sorry.
The first one that
Yeah.
you did.
I couldn't hear you that well, so I didn't get a lot of it.
Oh, that's
Your motion didn't tie the triplex and the demolition together.
right.
That's been withdrawn. And the second.
No, I made a motion to reconsider and
Oh.
nobody seconded it, so.
I'm sorry.
So that's as it stands, so.
Oh, okay. Because I seconded the very first
Yeah.
motion. God.
I know, okay. Well,
What?
I'll make the motion to reconsider my motion,
Okay.
and then the action would be somebody can second it, you can go forward as I asked, or everybody can say no. Then the second motion, as Pam had made, can go forward.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
If I can try to bullet point it so that it's as clear as possible on this go around. 2111
Well,
application would be the demolition of proposed 8 Gilman Lane and the proposed construction of the triplex as one motion.
This should work, I think.
The second motion would be 2112 as the proposed construction of duplex. Two different cases.
I understand that, but are we going back to, I know what you're saying.
No,
You want me
I
to
would
second
just,
your motion, and then we can vote it down?
right.
Okay. So I'm going to second her motion, and then we can, if we choose, we can vote that down and then go with Pam's and yours, which is in,
We never voted on my motion, so I can just withdraw it, and you can second it.
Julie, I can't even hear you.
I'm sorry. The sound isn't on. I moved to withdraw my motion, and Gwen seconded it, and we never voted on it. So
Okay.
that's really what's standing on the
I
table.
understand.
So we need to vote on that.
So all we're doing is taking the building that was in 2112 and putting it in 2111. Removing the triplex from 2112 into 2111.
Right.
Correct. We need to vote on the withdrawal first. So, all in
still
favor
trying to figure out
of
what you're
withdrawing
talking
that, all in favor of withdrawing that motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now it's a clean slate.
Okay.
So now someone can propose
Sorry.
a motion.
I can't remember what I proposed, but I propose that we tie the demolition of existing building at 8 Gilman Lane with the building of the triplex. And I don't see where that is. With the, but make them both case number 2111.
A second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Get a second on that?
Yeah.
Yes, I second.
Just making sure.
Yeah, I
didn't
did.
hear anything.
All right. May I have another motion for case number 2112?
And that would be the building of the duplex. At where?
Same property.
That one, right? Okay, then I propose the building of the duplex to be case number 2112.
I'll second that.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Sorry, Mark.
Make that clear.
Okay, good. No, it's, yeah. I trust that you guys, as long as you're clear, I'm clear, so.
And that was just making motions to what we're going to talk about.
Okay.
I hope you went to the bathroom and had something to eat before you came here.
That's why we're in a bigger room.
Yeah, I know, I'm just glad we're not downstairs.
Okay, thank you for your patience.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I, just as far as the order,
Yes.
we had done a lot of discussions were on the duplex last time we met. When there's, in part of the package that was resubmitted are some studies that we were asked to do. Would you want to start with that first? To
I
go
do.
and do that and represent that, and because now that's a separate application?
Sure.
And go through those, and then we can maybe, work through that application and then get into the one now.
Yes.
Does that make sense? Okay, so we can start. So we'll jump ahead to the duplex. I got it, thanks.
So I'll formally open the public hearing for the application, case 2112, for the proposed construction of the duplex on the property of 8 Gilman Lane. All right.
Good evening. My name is Rob Harbison from Market Square Architects. We're here on behalf of Phillips Exeter, who is the owner of this property. I have with me Christina O'Brien from my office, who is going to hopefully drive our slides for us. The duplex that we're discussing, which I think you're familiar with from last time, is the building on the upper left of this site plan, noted as duplex on High Street. And a big part of the reason that we are locating at that portion of the property is to essentially gain that continuity of the streetscape. Whereas at that location on High Street, there are many sort of large, I like to say big-shouldered buildings of different eras, but a number of them that have sort of a colonial or a federal style that have that flat front and maintain that walkable streetscape. And this one parcel is sort of the missing tooth in that. And so part of the reason that we're bringing it forward to that location is for that. And so, Christina, if you would like to go to the second sheet. This simply shows aerial views, sort of what exists and what is proposed. And so in the bottom right, the lower right-hand side, next to 35 High Street, is the duplex on High, which is shown. In this image, it's really to indicate location and massing. So we'll get to studies on the elevations that show different options for features. The following sheet is buildings of similar massing that are within a block or two of this property, really just for reference and really germane to that massing conversation I'm talking about in terms of how we fit in context on the streetscape. One item I think that to note is that most of them do have a few steps up to the first floor, and we felt like that was important. That was usually done to give a little bit of a level of privacy from the street. And the next sheet shows the elevations. And so you will see this the two elevations on the lower portion, basically, we had talked last time about chimneys. And so the difference between these two is really the chimneys. And, it's sort of the feature of scale in terms of you're looking back at the streetscape of the building. And it's also, also if you were going to look at them close, will they be the real thing? There is not a way to bring up true masonry chimneys in this, and so what would be proposed would be something that would be constructed out of a plywood box with a thin veneer. And what we wrestled with architecturally is to replicate something like that from a massing standpoint when you're standing back from it far away works relatively well. People pass it and they notice the scale of that feature, but it's not something that they study. I guess the challenge that we had with it, and I think why we are proposing to not have the chimneys, is because it is going to be next to the real chimneys that we're keeping at 35 High Street and maintaining. And those two things side by side, if you're looking at them, if you're stopped at that intersection, I guess we're concerned about whether that will look or feel like stage set architecture versus really doing what it needs to. Whereas this is clearly a building that is fitting with form and detail, but not of the same era. So that's one option that we examined based on our conversation last time. And Christina, if you can go forward another page. The other item is the entries. And so this shows you the same thing with and without chimneys, but essentially a different entry form, which I think is, we talked about, I think there are a number of colonial or federal structures on that street, many of whom have added other features at the pedestrian scale, such as bays, which we had shown an option with bays last time. I think all of us sort of felt that those were features added over time at different eras. And so this was simplifying the structure more towards a colonial federal period and going to the more traditional entry that masks the fact from the street that this is a 2-unit building. And so it creates a vestibule at that entry. The other item I think we talked about last time was windows. So we did adjust the proportion alignment of those to be something that was more regular across the front of the building. And I know we discussed that at length last time as well. Those are the primary changes from what you had seen previously. There were a couple items of alignment and things like that were brought up, and we've adjusted those elements as well. And as you go back through, there's a little bit more detailed version of the entry. And then we've also shown the with and without chimneys and the different entry options as 3D images. Christina, if you can go forward.
Okay. Any additional detail for the rake detail we talked about?
Yes. So in the upper left of the detail sheet, those top three show the increased depth of the rake and the molding.
Okay. Detail 9.
Is this the rake?
So 6 and 9 actually. For that.
Okay. Anything else for this one?
I don't think so. I mean, I think a number of the other features I think we spoke about in depth last time. I'm happy to answer questions about obviously anything, but I think those are the options that we're hoping you might be able to compare, and then also those are the adjustments that we made from our last conversation.
Okay. So commission members can pose questions at any time, but at this point, I'm going to ask if there's anyone for the project from the public that would like to speak.
Well, first, don't we make the choice of whether the application is complete or not first?
Not until after public comment.
Okay.
Anyone for the project from the public? Okay. Anyone against the project from the public that would like to speak?
Or anyone from the public that would just like to speak? Here we go.
not for or against necessarily. I just had a question.
Step up to the mic. Yeah, and public comment.
Just had a question regarding the chimneys. Is the actual proposal with or without the chimneys?
That's what.
I guess that's my first question.
We have that question too. I mean, that was what we're presenting options to the commission to help us give that feedback. So I think that's what the outcome today is, to give us some direction on exactly that. That's why you see several options up there.
Okay. If I could just add to that, I think our preferred option is without. And that's, if we were going to be asked, what are we proposing, we would be proposing without. And at the same time, I think, knowing that was an item for consideration, we wanted to show you the options, and we are open to including that if it's preferred.
Okay, thank you.
So then my only comment would be that, given every other house on that street that is in close proximity has significant chimneys present, that is part of the historic nature of that house, given that chimneys and fireplaces and all that was a very large gathering place for everything within the historic piece of those houses, having known numerous people up and down that block, I would comment to say that my personal preference would be to include the chimneys, barring does it compare to the one next door? Well, I think that's an important item to include if we were going to have that. I think it's a beautiful representation to be included on the street. I think it would be a welcome addition to the street. But I also think that it needs, given this is the historic committee, I think that's an important piece to include within the house.
Okay, thank you.
That's my comment.
Sir, we have your name, please?
Nicholas Tolentino.
And you might want to spell that for our poor secretary.
Absolutely. Tolentino.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Would you like to speak?
You don't mind?
Yes.
It's not really.
Your name, please, sir?
Yeah, so I'm Anthony Zwan, 7 Marlborough Street. Nick is right next door to me on 9 Marlborough Street. And this is not entirely for or against, but I chose to speak now. First of all, I want to thank the board for serving. And secondly, I'm going to say I'm not totally comfortable standing up here, even though I've stood before boards a fair number of times, and I like to talk. But here we are 2 weeks before Christmas. So sticking to the case at hand, which is then the duplex facing High Street, let me first state that I'm not categorically against placing a duplex on High Street. So that's not what I'm speaking against. And maybe you're, as the HDC, I'm not sure exactly what you're going to chop on in this regard. So there are several things about this particular part of the overall development that I'm in favor of. But not everything. And certainly when it comes to the next case, I'll have some concerns. With Nick, I think I would love to see a nice rendition of chimneys. I would love to see a great attempt made to do that. Although I hear you that a poor attempt at doing that would be not so great. In other words, my preference would be a nice attempt at making chimneys, but only a nice attempt. If it's a half-assed attempt, I would say forget it. So I don't know how you will navigate that as an HDC, but I just wanted to register my opinion on that. I like the proposal to make it a single entrance, if I understand it correctly, so as to sort of mask the fact that it is in fact a duplex, so I do like that. I'm not thrilled about multi-units, but given given its location and given that some of those larger buildings are already multi-units. I'm not going to fight the fact that it's a multi-unit in that particular location, but I like the fact that you're trying to mask that by the way you're presenting the entryway. So that's great. I have a question about your presentation of the returns on one of the other slides. If there's a possibility of coming back to the other slide, and if I may,
Sir,
I just want to point this out right here.
can you bring the mic?
Oh, I guess I could take the microphone with it.
Yes. Otherwise, it doesn't get recorded.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Okay.
I've been there and done that. But we're talking about the return, and I think this is your wheelhouse, is HDC and architectural details. Am I to understand that there's some kind of a little angle to deflect the water on that's going to have some roofing material on it, or is that going to be more of a classic New England return?
There's a nice portrait. Point the details.
But you understand what I'm asking, though, don't you?
This might show you on the side of the elevation.
Well, it's not enough detail for me to appreciate it.
It's that same, that's a blow up of that.
It looks to me, my point is this, it looks to me like a rather modern looking return of what you would see on modern new construction, rather than a classic New England return, which has more of a flat shelf, if you will. Would you mind maybe just answering that for me? It's just a small architectural detail, but I think that's what the HDC is interested in.
We see them often both ways. So we do often see them, and from the ground, they're perceived as flat. They typically have a metal cap flashing, which could be at a shallower slope than that. If it is too shallow, which most of those buildings were, they have all rotted out. And so often we have seen them replaced with something that has a little bit more of a pitch to it, which is what we're proposing. If a detail with a shallower metal flashing was preferred, that is something that we could do here. Again, we see buildings that reflect this era done both ways.
In your detail, it appears as if that's a hip pitch. Is that correct? It is a hip pitch. And is it asphalt shingle as it is depicted? Okay.
So that's exactly the kind of tiny little detail. I mean, look, I'm coming to this thing cold. I've had no notice. It's 2 weeks before Christmas. I've had no input in this matter whatsoever, so I'm just giving you a gut reaction to what I'm seeing here for pretty much the first time.
I hate to tell you, but it's 10 days before Christmas.
Sorry?
It's 10 days before
Yes,
Christmas.
thank you. And that's the kind of little detail that personally I'm going to be really disappointed with if it is as it is represented right there.
Yep.
As someone who's tried to maintain an 1809 that's actually one block off of the HDC, but still very much trying to honor what the HDC is about. So I'd be pretty interested in some of those kind of little architectural details in terms of the trim work and the returns and things of that sort. I mean, I like some of the things of what they're proposing, but I'm concerned. So I'm sure I have other concerns, but I'm coming at this thing so flat-footed that I will leave it at that, since that's predominantly what's been presented so far.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else from the public? All right, I'll open it up to commission members. Any questions, comments to the applicant? Julie, do you have any?
No, I'm absorbing the differences between the two
Okay.
options.
I have a question. I'm not up to speed with residential accessibility codes, but what would the Academy do if they had a faculty member or child of a faculty member who was disabled?
So for accessibility codes, they're residential. For single-family residential, unless you're doing a large development, there aren't necessarily rules in this state. Depending on what state you are, they're different. However, for an institution like this, they're basically looking at equivalency, providing equivalency across their campus and the breadth of units. So every unit does not have to be accessible, but we would want a percentage of them to be. Having said that, the remainder of the portions in the back of this building, the back of this property, will all be accessible at first floor. They will all be what's called visitable.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming.
And these buildings, we felt like that was an important sacrifice to make, where they do have accessible units elsewhere, because every other building on the street is set up that distance, and that was something that to us was really important historically to do.
Well, I was just thinking that if you had to have a ramp, that it should be designed well.
And Doug, I'll just add that we do have units on campus that actually have an elevator, that we would have that flexibility on campus.
Move people around. Or,
Yeah, but it is a goal for us to have at least the first floor accessible. Exactly what Rob said, on this unit was unique because it's on the street.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily concerned with that you had to have it, but if you did have to have it, that it would be designed well.
Yeah, we would relocate the family to a unit that was more adequate for that family.
I had a question just based on this most recent comment. Those other units you mentioned on campus, are they within the historic district and of a historic nature themselves?
Those units, specifically, no, they're not in the historic district. They're in a different development that we have over by our athletic fields.
Yeah, questions, comments?
I still have problems with it. Well, I like the idea of a chimney, but I have seen such terrible chimneys that have been, yes, and you're nodding, you know exactly what I mean. So if you were going to do a chimney, exactly how would you do it?
So you can do chimneys very well with thin veneer. We do that often on single-family residential projects. And again, it's not that I think it would look bad. It won't look the same as a historic chimney, but then a new masonry chimney wouldn't either. So it's really the difference between something new and something old. But what we would typically do is you would have a plywood box built up off the roof. You would provide the necessary underlayments, and then you would do a thin masonry veneer that you would get the corner pieces so that it wraps and it looks true. And then we would corbel out the maximum depth we were able to at the top. At the top, you would have essentially a membrane roof, which would not be visible from anywhere on the ground because it would be such a shallow pitch that would flash out at the top brick line.
I would like to see a picture of that. I'm trying to picture it. But yes, okay.
What's the depth of the veneer that you're proposing?
When you say depth, what do you mean?
The brick depth, because once you apply it and then you rake it, the deeper you rake, the more authentic it looks.
I mean, I think we would probably want to provide you with a specific product. If the approval was contingent upon your receipt of that and review of that, I think we would find that acceptable. I don't know off the top of my head what the depth is. I mean, we're picky about the products, but it does matter, yeah.
You can get 3/4, which you can't rake, that just looks like a stick-on, like a sticker.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you can get, 1.5 inches.
We usually get the thickest one we can. We never would use 3/4. It would always be at least 1.5 inches. And if you want to make, if you wanted to propose a thickness, we're fine with that, because we use the thickest one we can get.
Right. And the thicker you have, the more opportunity you have to corbel.
Right.
While we're on that topic, what is the material of? Is this just the concrete foundation that's coming out of the ground?
So we've proposed that as a parged concrete. We are trying to keep the continuity of insulation running from the base up, and part of the reason we did that is because there are so many other parged concrete foundations along that streetscape. We felt that was appropriate.
Parged meaning that you would have like 2-inch of polyiso, and then you're parging over the top of that.
You'd have a metal lath, and you would parch on top of that.
Ma'am,
Do you have any other questions, comments?
we have somebody else right there.
Okay.
Okay.
Just a follow-on question about the chimneys and the veneer. What is the life expectancy of that type of veneer? I have a fire pit at home that has fake veneer on the outside and easily chips and frays and doesn't look authentic anymore, and I had to get rid of it because of that. I'm just curious to know if we have an idea of the life expectancy of that chimney. Do we install it 1 year and then 2 years later, it's already starting to chip, fade, peel, whatever that is, and further look, like we've all mentioned, not so great.
From my understanding, the brick veneers they're not a composite, they are real brick.
They're masonry. They're just,
They're
cut thin,
masonry,
so, yeah.
and they last as well as the installation.
Exactly right.
As well as the what, I'm sorry, Mr.
The installation.
Installation.
So a number of years ago, what many people I think are what they picture in their mind are sort of the thin masonry veneers that first came out about 20 years ago, which were not actual masonry. And they were sort of pasted on or stuccoed, and they would chip and peel like stucco does. The masonry that you get now, it's literally thin brick. And so it's put up the same way traditional masonry is put up, with grout and mortar, et cetera. This chimney would obviously not be in contact or getting bumped by people, maybe a stray pigeon every once in a while, but it should hold up pretty well. The other difference between thin masonry and real masonry is, like for the masonry chimney I have at my house, we got to get somebody up there to waterproof it every other year because we live in New England. With thin veneer, they can actually impregnate it further, so the waterproofing holds up much longer. It's actually less likely to peel off than a masonry would.
And you have a drainage plane on the inside, behind the veneer. Can we talk a little bit about the entry, the new proposed entry? Well, before I go there, I want to say thank you very much. I think you definitely heard us at the last application, came back with some very complimentary improvements with the changes that you're showing. So thank you very much. At the entry itself, I know that Doug had spoke last meeting about kind of alignment of windows, which on the front elevation looks great now. At the entry, there's the two windows that are flanking the front entry, and then they're not center lined on the windows above, and I see why. But on the side elevation, there's also windows on that entry vestibule on the sides. I'm wondering if you either need them there on the front to help with that, or if they can be a different proportion on the front there. And then while you're also thinking about that, it feels like it's the whole entry roof that's there feels a little bit compressed, like it could be pushed up a little bit to kind of help and not have those trims sitting right on the heads of those windows that are right there.
So if I'm hearing that correctly, are you looking for the two items, I guess? One is on the front elevation, you're looking for those windows to be slightly wider. Is that correct?
No, not necessarily. No. Is it a different entry system that those are side lights that are full height side lights with the door or something? It just kind of looks like they're too much window really for that little vestibule is what I'm saying, and they're not center lining above. I'm wondering if it's more of a different entry system that is side light.
So you're saying more of a traditional colonial side light versus a window.
Correct.
And I think partly, so there's two ways that we see these entry vestibules designed. One is where you probably wouldn't even have the side window.
Right.
And you would have the side lights that you're talking about, and it's very much a solid box with recessed panels, other than the door and the side lights itself. The other ones you see are really a glass box with a door in it. So we went in that direction, and having said that, if there's a preference to do a traditional colonial side light with the single door, we would be happy to do that. I think if we were going in that direction, I'd probably recommend removing the windows on the side elevations to be panels.
Okay.
Sorry, what was that last statement? Could you clarify?
Yep. So if these windows here on either side of the door were side lights, then what you will end up with is a larger panel on the front elevation. And if we were going to do that, I would eliminate that window as well.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
It bumps out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Personally, I'm in favor of that because I think that is more traditional.
I think the proportions would work better too.
Yeah, it looks just like it's filling up that entry space with too much window
It's
on the
squeezed
front. Kind of squeezing it. And then it gives you an opportunity to case the exterior. You know, you've got a door, you've got side lights, and you've got casing with a nice header, you know, as opposed to compressing everything in there.
Yeah, we would not be opposed to that. We looked at it both ways, and we kind of like the idea of the glass box better, but that's, you know, we would find that perfectly acceptable.
Okay. And then the second part was that the roof of that being slightly higher than it is now, and I guess it ties into, if you were to do an entry system with side lights and you had a nice header above it, your header is going to be, you know, 6 to 8 inch depth above. So you're getting,
Yeah, and we would probably do a 5/4 by 8 header in that case and move it up.
What are you referring to when you say header?
It's a
the
trim
header is
band
the trim above the window.
that would go above the door windows. So we would be taking this pediment right here and moving it up 7 1/4 inches for the 5/4 by 8 header band.
That would be a piece of wall, that would not be glass or anything.
No, just trim. It would be
Just be
trim.
trimmed out.
Right.
Yeah, space between the.
So the trim would then go over the door and the side lights, finish over the top. And then you'd have the roof that starts above it. I think that, I'm in favor of that.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
I'm also in favor of the chimneys. Can you flip to the next page elevation? So at the garage doors at the rear there, there's a rake and eave connection that's bothering me a little bit because that eave does not, the rake does not complete itself. It dies into the eave and the eave comes across. It's second door from
Let me ask you this, if there was a,
Highlight the.
Yep.
Thank you.
if we increase the plane of that wall at the garage, say, a foot, so you got a reveal there, and we had the ability to return that trim, would that resolve that condition for you?
Absolutely.
We would be open to that adjustment.
Commission members, do you understand what they're proposing?
Yeah.
So you'd then you'd mirror basically the detail that's on the other side there.
Correct.
And you'd have
And
a
you'd have a
vertical
slight
line
change of depth.
of mass that comes down. Okay. Gwen, do you?
I'm in total agreement of everything you said so far.
So that's what I had as comments. The one last one, and this is kind of as applies to all of the covered entries that are there, where the columns meet your fascia, or the hip grooves on
the porch?
Yeah, that fascia depth is thin as well, where that is coming across directly above the column. If the roof existed where it is, but the fascia had a taller depth, so the column was shorter, it would be more historically.
So a deeper sort of beam line is what you're saying?
Deeper beam, deeper fascia, yes.
Chair, is there a similar concern on the entry with the posts on the entry, or is that different?
No, because the entry is a mass. What's depicted on that elevation, that's the old elevation. There's no columns at the front entry. It's the entry mass that's coming out. So that's not as much a concern.
Okay.
I see what you're asking about, though. It appears as if the columns, but it is more of a mass. The corner boards appear as if they're columns. I would make them, I mean, if you're increasing the others, I'd make them match.
I think that was the wrong elevation. That's
Yeah, yeah. So, directly above the what appear to be columns that are the corner boards, I would make that match the other one as well, yeah.
A larger frieze there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the return on that hip, well, it's not really a hip return. Right here on the front elevation, you've got the 40-year architectural shingles arrow calling out that material there. I wouldn't do that. Having the shingles right there, right above that, at that front entry there, as that return, I would use,
Copper or something, standing seam.
Yeah, copper would be great.
Well, even a copper tone or whatever. I mean, a standing seam metal we would be fine with.
Yes, that would be better. And if that's what was used also at the rake details, the return to the rakes, then even better.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
But you were answering what I was speaking to in terms of the return?
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying. So we don't end up with brown asphalt shingles on the return, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, just material-wise, I think it's more historically appropriate as either a metal or as wood trim or really those two.
I'm not sure that was the same question. I understand what section 9 looks like. Where is it?
So we go to the details. If you look at detail 6, section detail at the rake.
Yeah.
That's showing it's a hipped return on that rake.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
40-year architectural shingle.
Right.
We're saying to use a metal.
Okay.
There. The new entry elevation that you have, do you have any detail? Well, this is, never mind, that's gonna change. The proposal on the table is to change that to an entry with side lights, right? So you would,
Correct.
the recessed panels that are under those windows now are gonna go away.
Correct.
Okay, never mind. Okay, that's all I have.
You just noticed that the title on those sheets is Height Street.
All the times I've looked at that, I've never noticed that.
How that happens.
all the eyes that look at that.
Yeah.
This area is a little taller than the rest of the street.
Yeah. Now, I live on the taller end.
All right. Okay. Commission members, do you have any other questions, comments, or otherwise for the applicant?
Oh, quick question.
Sure.
What are you using for the treads on the entranceway? The composite, looks like.
Well, that is composite railing and stair system currently.
Sorry, was there a question?
Yeah, Gwen was asking about the materials of the stair system. It just calls out composite railing and stair system.
So we're looking at using an AZEK tread and railing system, and typically we would do painted rails, so painted AZEK railings, and then an AZEK tread system.
Say that again?
AZEK
AZEK.
as risers and treads, or just risers?
Or the
And a different material for treads.
We would typically do AZEK as the risers, but AZEK has a composite tread system as well. So we would typically use their tread system. And theirs is basically a composite wood look material. We would typically pick a brown.
Okay. What's the composite that I'm thinking of that we don't want?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe Certainteed, I'm not sure. I don't want to disparage a company on live television.
Yeah.
No, there are some that we definitely don't want. AZEK we find is a pretty good one.
That's what's been used
There's
most
one in
places.
particular that has rigidity issues over time and kind of, if it's.
We
not-
would typically ask for
framing
ours to be
isn't 6 inches on center.
aluminum reinforced as well.
Yeah.
And that keeps it rigid on the interior.
Okay. All right.
So,
Oh, Trex, that's what it is.
Oh, yeah.
Not Trex.
You just said it.
I would just add on the railings, I mean, if we could just keep it generic, that it may be a fiberglass railing system, you know what I mean? So it'd still be a composite material, but as far as, you know, how that railing system is, that there's some really good fiberglass products too. So-
Would you be opposed to us making a condition that it's not vinyl? Because you could call vinyl a composite?
Yeah, on the railings, totally fine.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
And then, not obviously the treads either, but if we can
Yeah.
say not Trex.
Sure.
as-
Yeah, I mean,
For the treads.
yeah,
Mr.
we're
Trex will
totally,
be
yeah,
angry.
I know.
that's absolutely fine. So I do, as far as the windows, we talked last time that I think it was fine to use fiberglass windows
Yeah.
throughout, right? Because we were.
Fiberglass windows, yes.
For both in the historic district, fiberglass windows is acceptable, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right.
We had Trex before, and those were the ones that flipped sideways when people stepped on them.
It's proven over time that it's not a durable material, so.
Yeah, a lot of people had to luck with granite, but
They have.
not in the budget, I guess.
Gwen, anything else?
I think everything's been covered. I also want to just express my gratitude for the work you did to bring this plan in front of us, because I really like this new design. I like the entryway. I like the single door with the changes that Patrick made. I like having the 6 windows at the top. I think that answered a lot of the questions that we had and concerns. I love chimneys on a roof. There's part of me that's struggling with that because I'm not altogether excited about having things that appear to be working components in a house, but they're not, they're fake. And so there's part of me that doesn't love that idea. So I'm not sure how I'm going to fall on that, but everything else I think is great. I think you've done a really nice job with this. So thank you.
I'd probably say that close to 90% of the chimneys we see don't operate anymore
Well,
around town.
well, that's true,
They've been,
including mine. But we just don't want to, you know exactly what I mean, the ones that look like Tinker Toys.
Yep. No, we know exactly what you mean.
I mean, if that's a condition, then we'll do it right. I mean, we're gonna have this property for hundreds of years, right? So we're gonna do it right. The reason why we had gone in with not proposing not to use chimneys is because it's a maintenance headache for us, right? I mean, they're not usable, so it's just another thing that we will have to, at some point, have to repair, do maintenance on, waterproof. So that's where the first approach was, we're not gonna use them, I understand the architectural intent, but that's why we had asked not to have those included at first. So it's just something for us to maintain that has no use.
I get it.
as a true masonry veneer, it should have, like a 50-year life on it.
Yeah, and it will, I mean, there are a lot of homes that we do now that are high-end, single-family residential, where they have the money to do whatever they want, and they'll have gas fireplaces because of the convenience of a gas fireplace, but they want the look of a chimney on the outside. We will use thin masonry veneer. rather than build a masonry chimney through the house and take up that space. So it's not going to be a Tinker Toy.
It's not going to be a sticker.
So, but your point, Patrick, we'll do it right so it does last a long time, but eventually something, we own that, right? So we're not selling this in 10 years, 20 years. So somebody's going to have to come back in and do something with that, right? So, and so just, you're right, it will do it so it does last long, but eventually it's going to require renewal and maintenance. So, or something that's just there for aesthetics, right?
Okay.
But I understand the point, I'm not downplaying that, but,
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And I appreciate the changes you made as far as the bow windows went, or bay windows went, that we had discussed whether to stick them on like other houses along the street had done over a period of time. I'm struggling with the chimneys only because what's presented and what we've talked about, especially the changes in the entrance, are bringing in more of a period of time that would have chimneys
Right.
on it.
No, I agree.
So, and I understand not wanting to do that feature because it's up there, hard to get at if you need to, if you need to do anything or it gets in the way of what's below. Understanding it's not coming through the house. So I am, I see the one on the left and say, oh yeah, that looks just like downtown. And I see one on the right and it's like, well, it's new and we should recognize it as new. This is the struggle. We don't, and just for the audience, we don't consider perfection of, duplication of what's on either side of the property. And new buildings will infill, and, that's why downtown you have wooden next to brick, et cetera, et cetera. So that's my struggle. I like the way the chimneys work, but, we have to pay some attention to the fact that it is not a building from the same age as the buildings on either side of it.
Yep.
I agree.
Sir?
And the time is right.
For this?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't see the previous iteration, so I'm hearing that this is a tremendous improvement, so kudos to everybody involved, particularly the board. And I hope that you all are taking very close notes about the very excellent suggestions that have been made by the board. So hopefully that'll all be put into writing and before it's signed off on as a final approval. I assume it will be. Because I think they're excellent suggestions, and my compliments to you, Mr. Chair, in particular. I assume then that you're comfortable with the returns. I don't mean to fixate on a tiny little detail, but it's the one that jumped out at me the most. I'm going to say a word that is not, that HDC doesn't like to use, AZEC. I did a return in my house where it was a fairly flat return, and we used AZEC on, because it actually approximates an old New England sort of return and looks like wood, but isn't. So at any rate, as long as it doesn't look like the rendition we see on the drawing, I'll be happy. You did not really spend much time reviewing the foundation. It was said that that's going to be presumably a concrete foundation with some kind of parging coating on it. I just would point out to the board that although it seems like a minor thing, after all, it's just a foundation, it's actually one of the things that you notice a lot in houses is what their appearance looks like. The quality of what the foundation appears like matters. And not to throw anybody under the bus, but for example, the Independence Museum, when that building was moved, when the old tavern was moved closer to the street, they've done a lovely job but they tried to approximate some historical quality by putting granite up, which actually doesn't work very well, I think, in my humble opinion. But stucco done poorly doesn't look great either. So just some food for thought. And and I'm sure that the Academy will do a great job, because generally they do. And I'm sure the Academy realizes how crucial this location is. Every person entering into town will see this building. You're coming up Portsmouth Avenue, and it's the first thing you're going to see when you enter this town. So, and it's in the historic district. Okay, I say every person entering from that side of town. If you're coming from Epping Road, you won't see it. But you understand what I'm saying. This is a crucial location in the HDC. So I really appreciate the attention to the detail that I've seen here, and it sounds like a lot went into it before. But I would say this is the HDC. Stick to your guns and make it right. And PEA, I know you will too, because this is where it's going to matter the most. It's because it's going to reflect on PEA as well as the town, because everybody entering town on Portsmouth Avenue is going to see this building and they're going to look squarely at it. So, just make it really nice. Thank you very
Call
much.
out that material. Where's that material called out?
It's not on the application.
He
That's
just
why
said it
I
was
asked.
parged.
As parged. I'm not opposed to it being parged. That's not a non-historic finish or application. Just, I think, texture and pattern would be important, so there's no kind of
It's not bland.
fan light pattern going on there. Skip trowel, something that's more consistent.
Do handprints?
Yeah.
And I'm
as a brushed finished or something that's more traditional, flat troweled or something like that.
We would be fine with a flat trowel or a standard finish.
Okay.
I don't know if you have a landscape plan for this building yet, but in addition to doing something to make that foundation more appealing.
We do have a landscape architect who's putting together a plan for this entire property.
Okay.
And I know that's part of the civil package. I think we included in the
one
the last
picture, it looks
application.
like
I'm not sure we have the full landscape plan this time around. I don't think we talked about it a whole lot, much other than patios last time. But if you, Christina, can you go back to, I think, the third sheet of the packet, the third or fourth sheet of the packet? So the title page and then the third sheet in. You can see some of the plantings indicated at the front of the building.
You have it on your cover page too, it's just a...
So it doesn't call out the specific plants, but you get the idea, I guess.
Yeah.
Deciduous trees.
I think that will enhance it tremendously.
And I guess, poorly parged foundations are definitely historic. but Exeter's got to own this, so I need to make it last.
Yep. Water loves getting in, that's for sure. Okay. Commission members, remind me, did we accept this application?
We have not.
On the previous round? We did not, okay. So I believe that we have enough information to accept the application. I believe we heard some great public comment as well. So I'd like to call for a motion to accept the application as complete.
Move to accept.
Okay. we have a
Second.
Thank you, Julie. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We now have enough information to make a decision, so we'll close the public hearing at this point, and then any further deliberation needed? Commission members, any additional questions, comments for the applicant?
Well, I think we're given two options, so we have to choose one.
Yes, and we also had some conditions. If there's going to be a motion raised, it would most likely be with conditions.
Yes.
Now, I hope you have been keeping, I lost track of the conditions.
I've got most of them.
So, we've got the front door with the two side lights. And then the side windows of the front door have disappeared. And the whatever you call it, over the door has been raised.
Yep.
And the happy returns. And, no, and there was something on the side door there, wait a minute, I think I wrote that down.
The deeper trim on the side porch.
Side porch
Yeah.
trim,
Yeah.
as well as the roof, raising the one piece up to match the
Oh, that's right.
downside of the building.
That's right.
To reflect the front, right?
The post, is that sort of factored into that?
The height of the post might change because of the depth of the return, fascia board.
The Trex not be used. Capital letters.
Maybe it's T.
And the
blank
railings
X.
are not vinyl. Fiberglass windows, which I think you have anyway. But
Can you check that? See if it's
Oh.
spelled out?
is it spelled out on the plan that
We
they're
don't have to make it
fiberglass?
conditional.
Fiberglass everywhere.
Okay,
For all elevations.
okay.
Yep.
And then metal, not shingle.
Return cap.
A return.
Wrong thing. On the roof, yeah, on the roof returns.
Yeah. Whoops, sorry.
I think that's all I had. Some houses have squirrel exits, squirrel nut traps, but you know, you set the chicken wire so that there's a narrow opening and you have squirrels in your attic, and that's what they fill in the return with instead of metal. Well, by accident, so. That's what I look at in my neighborhood.
Of the garage that we talked about bumping out? Is that garage A, garage B?
I would say the left garage.
Left garage?
Is there an outside entrance into the basement? I'm looking at one
Yeah.
image.
It has a
I see
bulkhead.
what
There is a
it's like.
bulkhead.
There is a bulkhead, is this it right here, or is that a window?
No, it's.
That's a bulkhead.
It's on the, well, you can probably see it easily on the floor plan sheets, actually at the end of that section, past the details. It's on the left-hand side of the building, so it faces Gilman Lane.
Yeah.
Okay,
And it's adjacent to the porch at the end of that drive.
okay.
It's tucked back, it's set back as far as basically we could from the street.
Is that it right there?
Putting it out.
Yep. It's on that side.
That's okay, they all know who I am.
We don't want the viewers at home.
Victorious. All right. Okay, I have 7 conditions. Tried to notes of. Let me read them and we'll add 2 before I ask for a motion. 1 is the front entry door system will have side lights. Remove the side elevation windows. Number 2, raise the entry roof system and trim the front door. We'll have the header. 3, increase the beam depth at the hip roof entries and at the front door roof. Number 4, create depth for the eave return at the left garage. Number 5, use metal material to return at the eaves and the rake details. Number 6, concrete foundation to be a parched finish, smooth trowel. And number 7, no vinyl railings or treads. Did I miss any?
Chimney. Chimney.
Oh, yeah.
So the chimneys and the entry, you haven't defined which of those options. So the two choices in terms of, we're talking about the entry vestibule.
Yeah.
And so some of the items are for that, but I don't know that that's been clearly stated, that not the other one, right?
Right.
And then the chimneys is the same
I
thing.
didn't know there was proposed options. I thought that the new was the proposed. So
No,
there's an
the,
option on the entry system?
Yeah, option 1 and 2
Just to
are
clarify, we have the original application, and then this was just more of options, so I think it's just for clarification that that's the commission's.
Yeah.
Then I think it should be a condition, right, just to clarify.
We can change that first condition to say front entry door system to be a single door with side door.
With modifications of the windows as you described.
Okay. And then chimneys.
chimneys.
Okay. So the 8th motion to include the construction of the chimneys, which I really do think helps the massing, the whole massing of the property. It does really help. So those are the conditions set forth. And I have a commission member bring forth a conditional motion. Anyone like to read it?
Sure. Oh, do I have to read all those too?
You have to read
I
them
have to
into
read the
record,
whole
yeah.
thing, okay.
Or I can read them and you can say so moved.
Okay, I'll let you do that. That's probably, your printing is fine, I can read that, but.
Okay. All right. Bringing forth a motion of approval with the following conditions. The front entry door system to be a single door with side lights and to remove the side elevation windows. Number 2, to raise the entry roof system and trim the front door. Number 3, to increase the beam depth at the hip roof entries and at the front door roof. Number 4, create depth for the eave return at the left garage. Number 5, use metal return material at the eaves and the rake details. 6, concrete foundation to be a parged finish, smooth trowel. 7, no vinyl railings or Trek material treads. And number 8, to include the construction of the chimneys.
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of approval?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you very much. So approved with conditions.
Thank you. Great. I think that was a great discussion last time and this time, so thank you for all the feedback.
Yeah, thank you for your work.
I think we're going to be very proud of the building, so, if we get zoning approval and site plan approval. So there's more.
Well, hopefully they'll
It's a process.
watch the video and they'll see how well work together.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, we have to ask for the setback relief. That's, as you probably picked up on the zoning, right? Because we're close. We're within the setback requirements.
Right.
So,
Right.
just
The buildings were there before the setbacks were made.
right. So we're matching the streetscape, which is part of what we want to do.
Okay. All right. So our next application, our next public hearing would be the case number 21-11. And this is for the application of Phillips Exeter Academy for the proposed demolition of the existing building located at 8 Gilman Lane, and for the approval of the proposed construction of a triplex residential unit at 8 Gilman Lane. All right. We'll bring forth the proposal on that one.
Okay.
Introduce it to us, please.
Sure. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first, I apologize. I did not introduce myself when we first started. So my name is Mark Layton. I'm Director of Facilities for the Academy. So I think you guys know me by now. But you already were introduced to Rob and Christina. So what we thought would be helpful is that to just do a quick recap on what we're doing, and then we have some more information we want to share, and then I'll turn it over to Rob to walk through some, what we think is some really good detail to help with this framework of this discussion. So as a refresher, this is the property that we're talking about here. It's roughly 2 acres. This is the 35 High Street property that we have, which was the application that you reviewed and accepted before. This now is a 6 unit, so it has 6 apartments. And as you know, we're going to renovate and turn this into 2 units. This here is what we call Stuckey House. It's also 10 Gilman Lane. That was built in the mid-1950s. And then this house over here, that's a little outside, is what we refer to as as Harriet Tilton House, and that's 7 Gilman Lane. So Harriet Tilton House was also built in the late 1700s, and we've maintained that and modernized it, but still kept, if not all, majority of the details, historic details that are there. So this is the property that we're focused on now, 8 Gilman Lane. And just to clarify, the reason why we're asking to demolish is that this is a very large, single family. It's not in great shape, as you saw on the tours. It needs a lot of work, and in order for us to want to continue to use it, it would need a lot of work to convert it to a duplex. This has around 3,000 square feet of finished area, and we now, our single families, what our approach in our program is around a little over 2,000 square feet. 6 bedrooms, we want 3 to 4 bedrooms. So that's why we would want to convert it, which it's more expensive to convert than it is to replace. And as we've talked about, it's not in great shape, and we'll get into some of the architectural details why we don't think architecturally that has historic significance. Christine, can we go to the next slide? So this is just an aerial that you've seen before. Again, this is 8 Gilman Lane. This is the current Gilman Lane, and this is the High Street. So you just again can see. I want to just point out the observatory. We're very protective of the observatory, so everything that we've done here is to protect that from light pollution, and that obviously bleeds over to our neighbors, so we're very sensitive to that. I don't know if this works, Christina. I'll try to. I got it here. So again, this is the proposed, as we worked on this one here. This is the cleaned up 35 High Street, where it's just the 2 units. You can see parking in the back, and this is the proposed triplex. What is shaded out is outside of the HDC, which will be reviewed by site plan and zoning. But this is the focus here, again, is the triplex. Now, one of the primary objectives that we've talked about is relocating Gilman Lane to the intersection. This is important for us. This is could be an unsafe condition trying to get in and out of here. And this is one of the key objectives when we purchased the property, was to be able to do this. And you can see how that's designed. This is also utility right-of-way and easements for Unitil, the town of Exeter. So this was designed to accommodate those type of vehicles. Part of the proposal we asked Market Square to do when they designed this development was to make sure we had diversity. We really wanted to create a community here for our faculty. So this is housing for our faculty. We're short, and so the idea was to create this community. We have a mix of single families, multi-families. We have a mix of sizes, from 2 bedrooms to 4 bedrooms. So the idea is that we would have tenured faculty and young faculty here, which is important for us as we develop this. So go ahead, Christina. Oh, and I wanted to highlight this. This is the C1 district here. So this is part of the ZBA process, but just to highlight that this is C1. The rest is R2. And this is the Gilman Lane, this is the 8 Gilman Lane footprint. So you can see how it's impacted by the proposed road construction and why, again, another reason why we want to demolish the building. Next slide, please. So this is the history of the property as we know it. This is from the research that we had from the Historical Society. So we've tried to put it together. There's been several people spoke to this last time, so we wanted just to be upfront and clear. So to our knowledge, Captain James Levitt gifted this to his daughter when she married Josiah Coffin Smith, and that around 1789, so a structure was built at that point. In 1823, Josiah Smith sold it to Captain Nathaniel Gilman. And in 1911, we purchased the property from Gardner Gilman, who's a descendant of Nathaniel Gilman. So we've actually owned the property 110 years longer than anybody else. You can see a map here from 1805. The structure is shown. What's interesting here is 1805, it still shows it as Captain Levitt, even though we believe it was gifted to his daughter, and they raised the family here for a few years. 1845, you can see where it's now Nathaniel Gilman. You can also see Harriet Tilden here, and what's also interesting, you see more of a rectangular box here on both of these properties. You can also see structures in the front as we're proposed new structures there now. Next slide, please. So walking through again the maps that we've been able to come up with, and thank you, Julie, for giving us some of the resources for this. The 1884 map, you can see again a lot of detail. This is the 8 Gilman Lane, and you can see here Harriet Tilden with a lot of detail. What we want to point out is that we have a porch here, and then there's an addition that has been added where the previous maps did not have that. Then you can obviously see Harriet Tilden, as I pointed out. 1896, there's a little bit of a discrepancy. Harriet Tilden is not as detailed, but you can still see that there's a porch and then the addition there. 2 chimneys here, 1 chimney here, but that's probably a discrepancy based on the map. We also, from our research, we feel like that between 1880 and 1930, that a significant amount of work has happened to this property. And most likely this structure has been rebuilt, and we'll show some photos later. We had a consultant come in from LeMessurier Consultants, look at the masonry and the foundations, and also look at some of the framing, and we have a report here we can share. And he also believes that this structure is from the 1880 to 1930 timeframe. And we know throughout the house that there's even more modern framing as we've opened up holes in the walls. And of course, inside, there's modern amenities. Next slide, please.
Can you go back one slide?
This one?
No, one more. Forward one more. To the 1884. That in both depicts the Gilman barn that was part of that property, right?
Right, it looks like it here, yeah.
Those foundations still exist?
No. That's actually where Stuckey House is right now, or observatory.
Okay.
No. That I believe this is probably 35 High Street right here. So that's I think when Stuckey House was built in the 50s, there was a reference to a garage over in this area, but it's not the same. I mean, it was listed as a garage, not necessarily a barn. But we don't have a lot of documentation. One thing that's interesting here on this map is that you can see the edge of the river, how clean and landscaped it is. And again, it's not shown here, but you can see it here. And then, Christina, next slide, please. So this is a photo that we were able to find. We don't know the date, but we think it's late 1800s, early 1900s. But you can see how there's this granite along the river here. So that's why we think it's in that time frame, is that last map. Harriet Tilden is here pictured, and then you can see here and this potentially may have been when it was under construction, because you can see it looks like a porch there. But there's also a second level here, and there's columns. So it's either they had a 2-level porch or deck, or it's under construction, because previous photos, previous maps showed a porch here. You also can notice the large windows. You can't quite see if there's an entry here, and you can see the roof line. You can see a chimney, but you don't see dormers. This is, of course, a modern picture of how much has changed over in its time frame. So, of course, modern entry porch. Look at you have the picture windows from the 50s, the dormers that have been added, and then the front is the same way. So we're trying to show again how much this property, this structure has been altered. Rob can talk to this more as we get into the details, but inside in the framing, there's plenty of examples of either framing from the early 1900s with the wood, or even later. And because we know that there's significant work when these windows were added, and I'm sure that's when the inside was changed considerably. So next slide, Christina. So what we thought would help frame this discussion, this conversation, is that we went to the Hampshire Division of Historic Resources. Sorry for the misspell. There's 10 questions that they proposed to help commissions, to help with design reviews. And so what we thought would help today is to go through these. We have 8 questions that we think are applicable to this project, and we thought it might help with the discussions today as we walk through that. And I'm sure you guys are familiar with these, but we just thought it is for the public is that we think it can give us the detail is where we feel comfortable with the demolition, and as we go through. So I think, next slide, Christina. These are the 10 questions here. So this is where we feel like that the 8 of the 10 are applicable to this project. And I know we're sensitive of time, so we'll just go through this. And this is actually, I'll apologize, this is what I gave you on the handout that's in front of you. This part of it is there so that you can follow along on this if you want to see. So I'm sorry, Gwen, did I give you one? You may have emailed me, I have one.
Thank you.
So it may just be,
Thank you, Mark.
maybe easier to look at those than it is on the screen. And double-sided, so I apologize for that. That irritates me sometimes.
Saving paper.
So with that, next slide. So we'll start with the questions and try to tie this into where we feel like it's appropriate to replace the structure with the triplex that we hope to get the discussion. So with that, I'll hand it over to Rob.
Thank you, Mark. And again, Rob Harbison, Market Square Architects. And I want to say, I mean, I think, and this is relative, I know we spoke about this a lot last time, relative to 35 High Street as well. I think, I grew up in a colonial town in Dover, Delaware, and I've been up here for 20 years. And my wife, who's also trained as an architect, grew up in Exeter and hasn't left yet. And I think a lot of growing up around the fabric of these old towns is why we became interested in architecture. And I think we're certainly sensitive to that. And I think when we look at projects like this, we don't take lightly, I guess, asking to remove a structure. And I don't think we're asking simply for function. I think part of it is looking at, is this something that is architecturally significant and that is educational in terms of representing an architectural style or providing elements of character that contribute to the historic district. And so I think to sort of preface this, we've kind of looked very thoughtfully at this criteria in the same manner that we did for 35. And I think for 35 High Street, we came to the conclusion that yes, there are a lot of character-defining features and historic components that remain in the base of that building that are of a particular period that contribute educationally and architecturally to the downtown. And I think we have drawn a different conclusion for this building, and I think as we go through this criteria, I think that is what we are seeking to illustrate. I think the first thing to discuss is it a historic property? Yes, absolutely, the property certainly is. And I think most properties in downtown Exeter would have similar historic value relative to the history of the property. I think what's different is the scope of the architecture. So one item is that it's been discussed as a 1700 structure, and I think as Mark just illustrated, we don't believe that that is the case at all. We think it was built much later. And I think that what we see for the interior materials of the house, including the framing, support that conclusion. Part of the other challenge is, and I think anybody who is at the site walk can understand, when you go through this building, you see a myriad of different eras, both in the exterior detailing as well as the interior features, the framing, the windows, the dormers. There are things from the 30s, there are things from the 50s, there are things from different eras of the 1800s. So in my opinion, the history of this building has been the constant change of things in this building. And then part of it is, which we've already discussed, and the map, the different maps from different areas have showed that there have been different structures along the streetscape. And I think someone from the public mentioned earlier the idea of driving in from 33, and I can tell you my entire 20 years up here, driving in and seeing that missing tooth in the streetscape of High Street has always bothered me. And so I think that it doesn't really fit the urban character of the remainder of that street. Question 2 is the period of significance. And I think that's something where we really wrestle with in this building. I guess the style of this building you could say would be closest to maybe a Greek revival, but even then, I don't think it's a good example of that. The exterior is sort of a hodgepodge. The corner boards, you could say, maybe fit with a Greek revival, but there are many different styles on the exterior building and periods of architecture represented. Question 3, what are the key features of the property? And again, this is a struggle. The corner boards are clearly Greek revival. It's a two-story side gabled structure, but again, after that, we don't professionally feel that there are a lot of character-defining features that support any particular era of architecture. Four is the degree of integrity. And so, again, it's the challenge with dating and the number of renovations that have been done to this over time. We don't believe there is a lot left at all of the original structure, potentially some of the stone in the basement. But even that has been reworked and refinished over time. All of the framing above the first floor is from different eras. The masonry is from later eras. And then there have been a number of changes beyond that. Question 5 is the character of the content. And so in this, you'll see photos of other examples down the street, one of which is 35. In our opinion, these are clear representations of periods of architecture. They are educational. They clearly demonstrate the history of those features, the history of those buildings, and they fit an era and a style that is representative and educational. We do not believe, we think that this building is in sharp contrast to those. And question 6 is the goals for preservation. And I think similar to what I've been discussing is that preservation is seeking to maintain the historic resources in the best condition with the highest degree of integrity. And I guess that's the point where we have really struggled as a design team all along, because we don't believe there's a lot of architectural integrity to the exterior of this building relative to character-defining features of any particular era of architecture. And in terms of looking at, well, if we were going to renovate this building and try to keep it, I don't even know which period, it's not clear to me what period we would even try to renovate it to. But if we were going to renovate it, the exterior would completely come off because there is a lot of water damage or rot. The windows would likely be replaced. You would have a new roof. The inside would be completely gutted. And for anybody who walked through it, that place is a maze right now. And even any of those features that we took out of the inside or the exterior, I don't think are original anyway. But then what do we go back with? And so I think that's, question 6 in terms of relative to the goals of preservation, I think that's where we really see a struggle in terms of the character-defining features or historic architectural features. And then the nature of the proposed work. So the full extent is to develop the High Street neighborhood. We will bring back, I think we've already cleaned up, but we will certainly restore the exterior of 35 High Street, where there are significant character-defining features. The Harriet Tilton House will continue to be preserved as Phillips Exeter has continued to maintain that. And then we would replace 8 Gilman Lane with new construction appropriate for the district, both the building that completes that streetscape on High Street, which we've just discussed, the duplex, as well as the new construction. And then the other item we wanted to note as well is we are willing to work with the Heritage Commission to develop a plan for mitigation. And so when we met with that agency, we discussed reuse of some of the materials. We have noted on the site plan the possibility of a plaza at the end of Gilman Lane with a historic marker. We might be able to reuse some of the stone where we think it may be original as part of that plaza, and provide signage to describe the history of the property. The property's history we do feel is significant. Question 8 is the degree of intervention with the historic property. And so here again, we believe that the removal of this property is a property with low historic integrity, that there are not character-defining features of a particular era of architecture, and that it's not the original house of the property. And so we would propose to replace that with construction that we would work through all of you to define. We also believe the project would have minimal impact on the surrounding historic buildings where it's set back from the street and where we are providing on the streetscape a building that fits in with the character-defining features of the neighborhood. And so the last sheet is a summation, but I think when we go through these questions and criteria in the same manner that we did for 35 High Street, I think our design team finds a different answer. And I think in presenting it to the Heritage Commission, who has made a recommendation to this board, we believe that that agency came to the same conclusion. That when we look at the criteria, there are not character-defining features of architecture from a particular era. And in fact, there is not really a single era represented on the structure, inside or out. And I would say there is very minimal of it that is original. So with that, I know we need to look at what we are proposing for the remainder of the lot as well. However, Mark, do you have anything to add at this point? And should we pause? Are there any questions or further discussion? Do you have anything to add?
I think we should pause for maybe a minute and just for commission members to ask any questions or comments about what's been presented so far about the existing structure.
Actually, did you ever find out anything about the brick structures that were in the basement?
The structures or the masonry?
The brick sort of fireplace and,
Not really what they were used for.
Part of it's definitely new.
We do have a report that has just come back, so we don't have it in your package, but Scott Whitaker was hired as a masonry consultant. And I think in general, his findings support a lot of the work in the basement was, some of the masonry was between 1830 and 1890, but certainly not original. If you want to get into, and then there was other work produced between the 1880s and the 1930s. So again, reflecting that sort of constant change of the property, that there's multiple different materials down there of different ages, but not original to the earliest dates of the structure.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I have copies of this if it wasn't part of the packet. It just came in today. So, we can share this if you'd like. It's the consultant got into it,
but I don't need to sit here while I read it.
There's a paragraph or something. Basically, he looked at the brick. He actually got into the fieldstone wall, looked on the granite on the outside. There's his observations in here about the granite and as far as how it was quarried, and which helped him date what he feels like as far as the work that's been done on that foundation. But his conclusion is that it's same with what I just said, is that he feels like it's dating from 1880 to 1930. That this
which portions? I know when we went down there was the primary foundation layer was granite stones, large granite boulders, and above that was brick.
Right.
So in his first paragraph, he notes that the granite that we're talking about, he believes that was all split with a plug drill chisel, essentially that was not used until after 1830. And so then the mortar of the stone, he believes was done somewhere between 1830 and 1890, both because of the drill and the components of the mortar. When you get into the brick, there were some of the brick he believed was also produced somewhere between 1830 and 1890. And then as you get up further into the building, they also found other bricks of a similar color and density produced around the 1880s to the 1930s. And then he goes on to discuss the framing of the building, which was also between the 1880s and the 1930s. And part of that is because of what they're seeing in terms of how it was planed and sawed and those types of things.
Yeah. So upon coming down the stairs, there's the granite at the bottom. There's the brick that is above that. On the wall that's facing High Street, that you can tell was repaired at some time. The masonry is, the brick is clearly different that's there. So I'm not sure what areas he may have been indicating. The kitchen area was definitely an addition. You can see a physical break in the wall there from the original brick that was there, and new brick that was put on there and patched and chinked in on top of the granite stone that was there. Did he have any indication about, so I can understand he's, dating those different areas because that matches what I saw as well. Is the brick that was the stove that was down there, that had, the beehive little bread oven with the metal door on the front, the cast iron tub, that was also part of that masonry. That all appeared to be built at the same time, and it's all, there's no physical chimney that's being used there. That was old. Did he have a date for that structure?
That's not included in his observations in his memo, but I was with him on site, and his feeling was the brick that built, that's part of that structure that you're talking about, is similar to the brick that's in around the perimeter of the building. So he felt like it was the same brick that built both. So
did he have a date at that?
Yeah, that's what is in this as far as. So it talks about the Portland cement and lime rich mortar. So that was dated from 1890 to 1920. And it was interesting, just on that note, the mortar is only on the inside.
Yeah.
We took some of that mortar off, and it's sand behind it. So just so that part of it. Let's see, so it says bricks were likely locally produced. In 1832, Exeter was noted as one of the few brick producing areas in New Hampshire. Based on my experience, bricks of similar color and density were produced in and around the 1880s to the 1930s. The exterior of the oven course is a split face granite, and that gets into the granite and the plug drill chisel. The bricks appear to be back buttered onto the exterior granite. Setting mortar is fine grained, lime rich mixture with small particles and unslaked lime. There's photos in here, so he doesn't speak specifically to that structure. So I can just relay what him and I talked to on site.
Okay. He does add in his conclusion that his initial estimate of the building's current construction age falls between 1880 and 1930.
1880.
And then later suggests that in terms of periods of the porch, additions were added. The entire building went through substantial repairs and modifications to include adding the brick leveling course and the first floor framing. This would place the current building construction between 1880 and 1890. So that's sort of the conclusion that he has initially drawn.
We have that building on a map that someone drew earlier than that, so we know something existed.
Yeah.
Prior to those dates.
Yep.
So it's not the original construction was 1880. We know it was prior because we have evidence.
Right, well, and that's where if you go back to the masonry, I think what I said is, essentially if you look at what he's describing in terms of chisels, and then later in terms of the end date of the Portland cement, it appears between 1830 and say 1900 for the foundation, the initial foundation.
Yeah.
After that, as you go up, that number changes pretty quick. And that's where you get into the late 800s, 1900s in terms of the other framing.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we're not arguing that there wasn't a structure there from 1805. And there's an article that talks about a structure being built in the 1790s. What we're saying is that what's there now is not that same structure. It's been rebuilt, and that's from looking at the framing from the inside. Even looking at in the basement, looking up and looking at that framing, that looks, and that's what on one of the slides you can see as far as the nails, and that's where we're dating it as far as the mid to late 1800s. So. Okay. And there's some articles that we pulled out that I think actually, Pam, you may have helped find from 1911 that references, that there was a relative that said that building may not be where she grew up, but it was where, on that site. So there was reference to some exterior renovations, or some renovations that had happened. So.
Gotcha. Any other questions or comments from commission members?
Just have a quick, the gentleman that you had providing this information to you, is his specialty really the materials, or is he, I mean, he's also an historian, but his strength is more in studying the materials themselves?
His expertise is a masonry consultant. That's what he does. He's the vice president of measure and masonry consultant at Scott Whitaker. And again, I can provide these too if you want. But
I'm sorry, what was his title?
Vice president of measure. He's a masonry consultant. He's the vice president.
So he's a specialty in masonry.
Yes.
But not necessarily historic masonry. He's just masonry.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the masonry just in general is, yes. I mean, he's not a historic preservationist. He's basically, his expertise is masonry and looking at from the old all the way to the new. So, I mean, to answer your question, he looks at old historic buildings, which he's done on our campus, and looks at what needs to be done to correct them or to repair them.
I understand what you're saying, but correcting them is different than being a historic masonry specialist to be able to date specific masonry procedures.
So I would disagree, because he has to understand what he's starting with, right? So he has to understand what that mortar is, what that brick is, and how to add modern mortar to that.
So just to clarify this, so I make sure I'm clear, I understand where you're coming from. He is able.
You probably should.
Sure.
Yeah.
He is able to look at a piece of masonry and decipher from looking at it alone, no other anything else, the date or range of dates that he feels is applicable by his expertise.
So I can't speak for Scott Whitaker, but what I would say that he's a consultant and a professional in the field, that he took his observations and went back in his office and maybe consulted with others, but gave us a report of what his opinion is. So that's all I can say, is that he's a consultant, a professional, and this is what he does.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate his expertise in his field as a mason to be able to fix because what you said is what he's done is looked at different buildings and such like that and established what needs to be done to correct whatever deficiencies he may or may not find in that instance. But I just wanted on record that he is not a historic masonry specialist.
I don't know if that exists, but I mean, all I can say is that what we've hired him to do is do an assessment of the existing frame masonry in that building, and this is what I can share with you for that report. So it's.
I guess I would not describe him as a mason either. His title is a masonry consultant, and so I would say that he is a masonry expert. I don't think that that's going too far to say, and he's not.
Consultant versus expert.
He's not just looking at. He is looking at components such as what tools were used. So for instance, the granite, he can see was split with a plug drill chisel. And because of the age of that and when that tool was available, that helps him to understand the date. But he's also looking at things like the mortar. The mortar is a fine-grained, lime-rich mixture with small particles up to 3 to 4 millimeters of unslaked lime. And due to the introduction of Portland cement, which started to fade out from 1890 to 1920, he can look at those two components and say it's between 1830 and that early 1900 date. So I just want to be careful. He's not a mason. He's a masonry consultant. And so he is looking at more than just kind of.
I'm sorry, just so I can have the microphone as well. Yep. So he's a masonry consultant, so I'm clear, we both understand that is correct. Then you will also extrapolate to that he's not a masonry expert.
It's my opinion that he's a masonry.
Your personal opinion, but he does not identify himself as anywhere in his credentials that he is a masonry expert.
I don't know if he does or not. He doesn't on his report.
But in his report, he identifies himself as a masonry consultant.
That's right.
Just to clarify.
So I think if we need to, we'll bring him here and he can speak for himself. I mean, he's a well-known, he works for a very well-respected company. I'm sure if we wanted to look him up, we could look his credentials up and we can speak to that right now if we wanted to. But I think we should, I'll offer it back to move on. So. you guys can ask more questions.
Can I just follow up? The reason I asked the question is that I think the most striking feature in the basement was that fireplace, the beehive, the bowl. And that troubles me that nobody is able to tell us what the origin of that is, how far back that dates, because I looked at that and I thought, oh my gosh, this is a story here. There's somebody who was in this basement using this bowl, putting a fire in that fireplace. Was this where they worked? Did they potentially was that perhaps where that person resided? I mean, I don't know what the story is there, and I haven't been able to determine that by talking to any number of people, and that's going to haunt me.
Which I understand,
That's
I
clearly-
understand, but I guess that, just to be upfront and honest, I mean, that's out of the purview of this historic district, right?
No.
Not if you're going to
I mean,
demolish
just to
it.
date the building, but if we renovate this building, that structure may not stay. So just to clarify it, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Let's say this. Removing of a historical feature, whether it's a feature or whether it is part of a structure, is not prohibited. So if that is a historic defining feature of the building, it is not prohibited to be removed.
Okay.
Why I think that is the most significant piece in that building is because we do have documentation from the 1900 census of the African-American woman that was living in that house, likely was in service to the family of that house. And if the brick is dating in the era of 1880s at its latest, then she likely was using that in her services to that family. And a loss of that would be a permanent loss of that as a physical feature. That person, I read the meeting minutes, I didn't have her name.
Her name is Old Di.
Yeah, but there's, I mean, you have it on a 1900 census, or
Yes,
you
her
based
name-
it off
her
somebody
name
coming in to
was
speak to that?
No, she was before 1900.
Exactly. She was understanding was that she may have been a servant to the Shute family from the original, that was before 1823.
Yeah.
Nathaniel Gilman owned the house, 1823.
Her name exists on a 1900 census. Her name is written on the census. And I think
I think it's 1800 census.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
18.
I think that there was a lot of information that was shared the last time, and so that was the purpose of this. Nathaniel Gilman owned the house in 1823. That we know. The article that is referenced was related to the Shute family, which was up until 1823. That's the Levitt and Shute Smith family.
Okay.
So, and the burial ground of Captain Levitt and his family is on Academy property, which we maintain. And that's one of the things that we talked with the Heritage Commission, was looking at that and doing and documenting whatever the story is that we want to document, by looking at that burial ground. But we have no documentation that that woman that you're talking about lived in that house in 1900, that I'm aware of.
Okay. But we have evidence that she did, so
Prior to 1823.
So why I think that structure in the basement is significant is because it obviously served a purpose for, the cooking and the cleaning of the home at some point in history. If we can date that masonry, if we can have an understanding of how significant that is, if that person was using that, then it's profoundly significant.
But which person? Just a person in the house? Or are you relating it back to...
We're trying to make it fit Old Di, but we cannot tell you that Old Di was the baker, because we don't know that.
Exactly.
But somebody was making bread, and that looks to me like a bread oven.
I can't speak, to me...
Small beehive oven with the metal door on the front.
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about.
There's a swing arm over the fireplace. It was used historically for the preparation of food.
Right.
And we can only assume that if she was in service to the family, she was likely cooking and cleaning for the family, and used that.
But based on this, and we can get this clarified, that if that brick is from the late 1800s, then it is not related to the woman that was called O'Donnell.
I agree.
Right.
I
So,
agree.
I mean-
That's why I think we're talking about, masonry consultants and experts and historians and things like that. That feature is the most important defining feature of that, of the structure.
Okay. But you started that with, that you thought it was related to the servant from.
Yeah.
So I just want to clarify that's
Yeah.
not why you think it's a historic defining feature. You feel more because it was in use.
Yes.
And that, so if we date this, and so I think that's what's hard is that we don't know if it was in use, right? I mean, it could have been something that was just rebuilt in the early 1900s because there was remnants of that. So I think that's, to me, is that I'm not arguing your point. I guess
Yeah.
I'm just trying to give more information.
I think without that answer, without that question answered, and I would never be able to feel good about removing it without having that answered. You know what I mean? Knowing that the answer could be found, and until we do, it shouldn't be removed.
Would that prevent you from demolishing the building? I mean, couldn't you preserve that element in another location?
It's a significant masonry. Were you there?
No.
Oh, it's a big thing.
It's inside the building.
It's
Yes,
it's in the
basement.
In the basement. So it has not much to do with the urban context of this thing. It has to do with the historic archaeology of it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I have some pictures if you want to share.
Here, Doug, you can look at those.
Yeah.
I don't know how it would be able to be preserved by removing from the site or anything like that. It's a massive piece of.
It is.
Well, it could be reconstructed, but
It can be reconstructed.
Yeah.
I mean, it can be reconstructed, and I mean, it's not inoperable as it is now, right? I mean, it's not,
No, it's not operable
no, it's
now.
not, it hasn't been for a very, very long
No,
time.
that doesn't look historic to me at all. It's just,
What are you looking at?
Chris, the masonry work. Well, I don't know. It just seems like whether you demolish the building or not, it's not the issue. The issue is whether you preserve that archaeological feature in some other way.
Yeah, I mean, we could rebuild it somewhere else if that was the
Well, maybe
case.
that's part of your demarcation of the site with some kind of a
Yeah,
celebratory
I mean,
feature.
so I mean, we could donate that to the Historical Society if that's, I mean, we honestly,
No,
we
the
could.
society side don't give us a bake oven. We have no,
But I mean, to Doug's point, as far as that this is inside this building, and I understand, I respect your opinion, but I guess as far as what our approach and our development of this is that this, honestly, we could take this down and we could go piece by piece and put it somewhere else. I wouldn't put it
You
outside,
couldn't
obviously.
build a new basement over it because it's in the way of the road that you want to.
We could relocate it. If we felt like we wanted to put it into the new construction, we could put it into 35 High Street. I mean, if it was important to keep this history, then we would work out a way to do it, but would ask not to prevent the replacement of the structure.
So that feature potentially tied to that person, old die, that's one thing that I would think is.
Well, we've clarified that.
Potentially, I said, potentially. The other would be that Dr. Chesley was the first female doctor to work in Exeter, and she resided in that building.
35 High Street. 35 High Street,
okay,
Patrick.
she's up at we're not at 8 Gilman Lane then, Dr. Chesley is up at 35, but
Right.
we don't have any problem with 35 High Street.
No, but that's what this is where we're getting some facts kind of turned around.
That's fine.
She was at 35 High Street.
Gotcha.
We fully respect that, and that's, again, one of the reasons why we want to keep that property, keep that structure.
Okay. So then I guess it would go back to that feature in the basement. I wouldn't feel comfortable removing it without having that question answered. Also looking at the site plan that you have and where that triplex is proposed on there, it feels really dense in terms of the siting of all those buildings on that property to get that access road back in there. The duplex that we just approved conditionally is, I mean, what's the setback from that? It's almost 40 feet from the triplex?
Yeah, I mean, Rob can speak, but it's within the zoning regulations. I mean, that's part of it is that, it's in, most of that structure is in the commercial district, right? And so when you look at the density, we're taking away 4 units from 35 High Street and building a 3-unit. So, I mean, this is actually, we've worked with Doug Eastman on the density and.
Density of residential units, I'm looking at that site and just thinking, that's a lot of building on that site, especially where that threeplex is. I mean, the distance between the roof of that garage and where that triplex starts looks like 30 feet or less.
Is there a slide that has the footprint of the 8 Gilman Lane currently?
It's on there. It's ghosted in the.
Thank you.
If you go back one, it's on there as well, in black.
Yeah, you can't see it well on there, but it's a dash. Just one more. Oh, go forward, Christina. Right there, stop.
Right there. You can see it, there's a black kind of shaded line.
Yeah, I see it. It's right there.
So if you built the duplex that was just approved, your separation to the existing property is more than it is with the proposed triplex that you'd be putting there. And where that footprint is overlapping the street access that you have right now is, I mean, you have a lot of building on that site, including what's not in our purview in the rest of the construction of that site. But it seems like there's an opportunity to move that road or something to be able to preserve that foundation and that home, regardless of whether it's not, the outside has been changed over time. Yes, that's just the progression of architecture, the progression of society to change, new materials, new fads, the bay windows, we already talked about that. But if you were to renovate that and return it to something and you don't know what to return it to, well, we just saw 4 or 5 maps of houses that existed at the same time as that house that still exists today in and around the area that are all examples of homes that were built at that time.
Right.
There is examples.
There's examples, but what I talked before is that this is not a single family that we want to keep as a single family.
Right.
So we would look at this as renovating this to a duplex.
Right.
And again with that is that we would have come back with significant changes to the structure. And we did look at the site as trying to not have to move this or to demolish this, and we don't have the clearances. What you can't see, Patrick, is the topography of this. This slopes down dramatically right around here.
That's where the old riverbank used to be.
Well, right here is what we have. Our observatories right down here, so we have a gate that's down in here. So this starts to drop down considerably. So we don't have the clearances to get utility trucks and emergency vehicles down to the stadium and to the utility. So this is why it's important that the structure cannot stay there. So, again, if whatever that ends up with today, I mean, we would come back with relocating the structure, which would impact what we were talking about in the basement. I mean, it's just the driver for us program driver is for us to connect this over to here and to do this connection. But also, the upfront is that we are trying to build to a density to give us to maximize the opportunities for this property. I mean, we're in compliance with the zoning. We're asking for relief on 2 items. And this is what we've worked with the code enforcement officer. And by zoning, this meets the zoning requirements to put a triplex here. And I understand that's outside of your purview and you're looking at it differently. I get that, historic district. But we are meeting all of the zoning setbacks except for the front setback here, and that we have to ask for a special exception to put a duplex in an R2 zone. Those are the 2 things that we're asking the ZBA for relief on.
If I could make 2 comments as well, just relative to, there were 2 items that I think were commented on that I just want to offer sort of a different opinion. One is, I think, density. And so this is fairly tight. This is a little bit close. But there's quite a bit of space in between these buildings still. And I think part of this is not uncommon in historic downtowns, this type of density. In fact, new urbanists are designing to this type of density in walkable downtowns now intentionally. And I think if you look at the abutting properties, which I'm sure you're familiar of on the side streets, I think the density you see here is indicative of what you see in our neighboring properties. So I guess relative to density, I think one, there's a density when you talk about number of units or households. We're actually going from the 4 units that we're losing here to 3. But there's also the density of space, and I think in that, we're not dissimilar from the abutting properties on the side streets in the neighborhood. And I guess the other comment I would offer is, yes, we could absolutely pick an architectural style and tear that down to the foundation and redo the foundation and build something new there to replicate any period of architecture. But I guess when I look at a historic district and the integrity of a historic district, and whether it is architecturally telling a story or educating based on history, to me, as an architect, that feels like a purposeless exercise. That feels like fake architecture.
Proposed the duplex at the front of the property is exactly what you're doing.
Again, that's a new building, and I think in the previous conversation we had last month, we proposed actually something that we felt like was simpler and more modern for that exact reason. And I think the conversation we had was we were more comfortable with something that was more traditional in line with its neighbors. But I think part of this is there's the history of a property. And that's something that we can certainly provide additional detail on to clarify some of the different comments that seem to be in conflict. But then it's also architecturally, what do you see and what is that heritage? And relative to the exterior features of that building, I don't know what it is.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Chair? When I look at, with the exception of the back of the house, I look at the front of the house, and yes, the appendages that have been put on since it was originally built, I think are not particularly attractive, and I could see those being removed. But when I'm in that house, I feel like I'm in a house that was built in like the late 1700s. And I live in a house that is like 1762. And there are features in that house that are very similar to the house that I am in. And it doesn't, I just don't get the feeling, I mean, the bathrooms, I totally agree with you. The upstairs has been turned into a maze. It's not practical. It would really, in many respects, just have to be, a lot of it would just have to be gutted. But it doesn't feel to me like it's unsalvageable and that it's a lost cause. I just am having a hard time seeing that it. And I agree with you, it probably would be cheaper to just level it and start all over again. But I just feel that we're kind of giving it up.
Thank you, thank you.
But Gwen, can you expand on that a little bit? Because, I mean, if we've looked at the framing, and we can date that, and, again, these are opinions, but we can date that. I mean, so what is that feel that you feel like that it is from the 1700s? Because if we renovate that, I mean, again, we're going to modernize the interior of that building.
Right.
So it's, we're going to have the walls be thicker, exterior walls, we're going to insulate, we're going to change windows, we're going to turn into duplex. So, I mean, I guess I understand when you're in there, you can see some old millwork and some trim, but I don't understand, I guess, what you're seeing or feeling that makes it feel like it's the late 1700s.
Well, it's not a fancy house, nor is mine, but I look at the window trim, I look at the baseboard trim, I look at, the flooring in some of the rooms. I'm sure that has been, a lot of the rooms have been updated and are not, certainly weren't original, but, and I understand that it's too big in its current form for what you need. You said it has 3,000, 4,000 square feet, and you don't want a structure that has more than 2,000 for a particular family unit.
Right.
But, I mean, that aside, it's a historical home. It's one of the oldest houses in Exeter, and it just, it just doesn't feel right.
Thank you, Gwen, that's exactly what I've been trying to say. And it's not, I know you say it's too hard, it's falling apart, it's bad and this, but it really isn't. We've seen much worse than that come back, and I bet you have too.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I guess I would just argue that it's not one of the oldest houses in Exeter. I mean, again, that's what we're trying to show the details of, that that's not, in our opinion, not the structure from 1790, and it's just been significantly altered, and we know in the framing on the inside that there's just various generations of framing. So, I mean, I don't know what else. I mean, we can date the mortar. We can do things like that we can put better details on. We can date the mortar. I mean, that's something that we haven't done.
If you peel back more of the materials that are on the walls, you may find the older materials behind.
I mean, we've opened up walls in three different sections, Patrick, so we can open up even more if that would help. I mean, we've done that.
So I've walked through a lot of historic properties, and a lot that have been told that, this is in jeopardy, this is falling down, this is not safe. That property was solid. I mean, the bones of that house were strong. I didn't feel unsafe anywhere in that house in terms of that being,
We've never said that structurally it's unsafe.
It's structurally compromised or anything. That's why I'm saying I think there's still value in that property sited where it is and on the foundation that it is. If you were to renovate it, and yeah, it is a crazy design challenge to make it work. But if you had a box and the four walls on the inside of that, and you were making it into a duplex with a single entry on the front, similar to what you just did on the duplex here, to make it look like a single family home, still sited on that, it has a lot of life left, I think.
Okay.
And it's what are we getting by letting it go? We're getting a very modern material, inexpensive triplex. And I would, let's say the building was built in 1830. It's 191 years old as we sit here today. As an architect, I would love if I had a building standing 191 years later that someone was trying to save on my behalf, We're replacing it with a triplex that's meeting a zoning, it's meeting a master plan need, it's meeting what you need for staff housing. And I totally understand that. I just don't see the value of replacing it with that and losing a structure that's got a lot of life left, sited on a historic site.
So I respect your opinion, but I'll reiterate that in order for us to convert to a use that is feasible for us, it's going to be significant change to that. And cost aside, that we're going in and we'll be changing a tremendous amount more framing that's there now. Details, the interior will be gone. We'll be probably making changes on the outside with some sort of additions. We know we'll be changing the windows.
Yeah.
And I think by forcing us to keep it in that spot, you are unnecessarily making us rechange the program, which was a primary objective for that Gilman Lane. I think that's unnecessary, but I think, again, if the building was considered to be historically significant because of the architectural details, or there's an element that you feel like should be kept, we're going to propose or appeal that this thing is moved, the structure is moved, so we're able to do what we would like to do. But again, I think that's where we'll again be significantly altering the building. So I understand where you're coming from. I respect it. I know you guys, you're doing what you've been asked as a commission, but as an owner is going to own this for another 200 years. We've already owned it for 110. We have to look at what's best for the academy and obviously the town of Exeter. So
you guys have done some changes to it in 110 years, right?
Obviously, yeah. The picture windows from the 50s, right? You look at, I'm guessing in 1911 when we bought the property, I doubt that it had plumbing. I doubt that it had the kitchen cabinets that's there now. We've modernized it, right, since 1911. Right. So the bathrooms that you see.
A little bit of the change over time is at your own hands.
But it's stayed as a
Right.
single family.
Yeah.
So, and that's what I'm trying to explain is that that is, a 3,000 square foot single family is not practical for us anymore. So, it just isn't, and that's why we've looked at it in 1950, we looked at it as a duplex, we looked at it 6 years ago as a duplex, and now we feel like we have the better approach. And again, part of it was when we purchased 35 High Street, it gave us the opportunity to relocate Gilman Lane, and that is a key element to this development, is to do that. But
Well, here's a thought.
Chapman
How about in your original presentation, you talked about having a place in these dwelling units where students would come, like having an evening seminar. How about having part of this be a space where everyone could come and have, this is way out of our purview, but it's just a thought, like have a designated place for all these faculty members to meet with a group of their own students in a place that's got historic significance. You're honoring history, you're honoring the people who lived in those homes, the people who worked in those homes, and maybe you can incorporate that beautiful fireplace cooking area and have that in that space and have the rest of it be part of the dwelling unit.
I'm not sure. I mean, would that be under a new construction that we incorporate these elements, Gwen, and that we try to create?
No, I'm trying to keep the old structure.
Yeah, I mean, we're
talking about
again
changing
the
your
use.
Your use,
Yeah.
changing your program,
it doesn't
how you're
fit.
approaching the structure.
Yeah, I mean, I know, housing is so important to
I
us right now.
know. I'm
so-
just throwing that out
Yeah.
as a thought.
I mean, again, I feel like we've bounced around a little bit, but I think, as far as this element, that if this is the point that you feel like needs to be saved, is that fireplace element in the basement. I mean, we can figure out a way to.
I think that's the most defining feature, but the
That's
homestead, the foundation that it sits on, where the building is sited, the way that it was on, the old bank of the river, and those terrible picture windows that are there now have that beautiful view of the river. I mean, the way that it's sited right now, all of that has a lot of value, and it has a lot of life left. I feel that we would be doing a disservice to replace it with a modern material triplex. I don't see the value trade.
I mean, coming from an owner, there's a huge value trade for us. I mean, it just is. Having a 1950s picture window, I understand there's a beautiful view, but that's not, to me, I don't think that's historic or architectural value on this property. I mean, I think that it's, we're looking at this as what meets the Academy's program and mission, and what we need to successfully operate. And so for us, we need to have housing for our faculty as recruitment, as retention. I mean, these are things that we want to be able to do, and this area that we talked about in building a community is key to this because of the location, and that we have our 400 acres behind it that we can say, hey, that's your backyard. And so, yes, this is more of an urban feel, but go 50 feet and you have our athletic field, so you can walk downtown. I mean, this is, to us, we looked at this as this is for us, for recruitment and retention, extremely important. And so, from an owner's perspective, there's huge value in to be able to do what we're proposing. So I guess, just need to clarify that. I mean, I understand from where you're sitting that you might disagree with that, but for us and the research that we've done, I think we've shown that it's not a 1790s building. I understand the foundation and the fieldstone foundation and that location could be from that era, but what's above it is not. And so, we can do more research, we can date more of it, I can bring in some more consultants.
I mean, the idea of where that property is and how it's sited, and the reason it was set back from the street, I mean, it was one of the original buildings on that street past, where the bridge is now. And it was set back because it was agricultural, because it was a farmhouse, and it had that beautiful barn next to it, and they were sitting up on the bank of the old river, and they could look out over the pasture field over their animals. I mean, there's a story and there's a reason behind why it was put there and why it was sited that way, and I think that gets lost. if it's not there physically anymore. So that's what I see as the value lost from a historical standpoint, from a history standpoint. And I mean,
you've set your points.
If I'm speaking out of turn, the Academy is the largest landowner in Exeter, right?
I'm not sure.
I think you are.
You are.
Exeter is.
So
yeah, I would say the town probably is the biggest one. Yeah, I mean, we're the number 2 taxpayers.
Second to the town, right? And so to me, it feels like if you have a master plan, you're needing this staff housing for retention and things like that, you have more land than anyone else in town. And I think that you have a design challenge in front of you to make something work that you can probably find another place to put a triplex or something else that's not within the historic district at the jeopardy of a historic structure.
I mean, I guess we disagree. I mean, this is where I don't think there's value in us going back and forth. I think that you just need to state what your opinion is, and you guys vote as a commission, and we'll reevaluate as the Academy on our next steps. But we feel strongly with what we're proposing.
Okay.
And we felt, again, that we've taken in a lot of consideration with the Harriet Tilton House and the 35 High Street and the approach. So I think with this piece, that this is an element for us that's important with the Gilman Lane and the density that we have behind it. I mean, even, that's outside of your purview. I mean, whatever happens here, this most likely is going to go forward. I think, again, if we get ZBA approval, which I'm not trying to circumvent that. But I mean, this again is where we'll be developing this, and we've already approved this. So I think again, I mean, I've said it.
We're not against what you're trying to do. We just want to save that particular house. I think that new duplex looks great, and I think nobody minds you cutting off the back of 35 High Street, because that is obviously just clapped on at some point. So that's fine.
So I understand, Pam. I get what your point is, but I guess what I feel like is that you're forcing us into completely redesigning this and not allowing us to be able to do the density that we are by zoning. But this, again, I'm not trying to downplay your decision. I'm just trying to, as far as the owner, is that because of
I hear
what you've
what you're
announced,
saying,
what you've
but it's
communicated.
exactly why historic districts are here. It's exactly why.
Go ahead.
If it was zoning only, we would have met with you.
I understand what you're saying, and I understand that, if I could just restate it, because I think where we disagree is we completely agree with you that it's a historic property. But professionally, I do not agree at all that that's a historic structure. I don't think there's, in my opinion, there's little, if anything, left from the original house that was on this property. And anything above the stone in the house that sits there today is much later than that. So I think that's something we clearly disagree on. And I understand, I mean, I've spent 20 years going to HDCs. I completely understand your role. And I think that's where we obviously have a disconnect.
Okay, that gentleman has something to say.
Sir?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. Could we go to the conclusion slide real fast? Is it all right if I utilize some of your slides, just reflect a couple of different things? I think one of the things that, while we're waiting to get to the conclusion slide, one of the things that really stands out to me is the difference in value. The owner is valuing it in one way, historic district is valuing the other way, and they're not matching. But things that really stand out to me during this presentation are really bothering me a lot. The existing structure, the conclusion of this presentation is the existing structure is not from the 1970s. 1790s. Or 1790s, excuse me, my apologies. 1790s. Okay. Well, based on that, how we came to that conclusion, if I'm understanding this presentation correctly, is based on the nails, the mortar, and everything else that was taken from the site. Is that accurate?
Partly, yep.
Okay. All right. So if we go to the 16 High Street, which is also in a historic district. I know for a fact that prior to the sale in 2017, that the year before, that they had a whole remodel done of a large portion of the inside of that. And if we go in there, we're going to find nails from 2016 or the late 2000s or early 2000s, whatever. But that doesn't fall within 1600s, which is where the home originates from. If that's the case, then that needs to be taken off the historic, because it's not historic anymore, based on what the conclusion is, based on what I'm hearing from this presentation. Again, what I am hearing from this presentation. We go over to 34 Court Street, the birthplace of Daniel Chester French. Major fire, multiple major fires through that home. So much so that the barn, the third story, is gone, and it has been redone into 2 stories. The entire inside has been redone with new historic era pieces, but it's been redone. Does that no longer make it historic? Just because we take nails from certain sections, we take mortar from certain sections or bricks from certain sections, does not mean that that house did not exist, because it's on a map. As you yourself identify, Mr. Chairman. It is on a map. To replace a historic building like that you yourself, in the commission, many members of this commission itself, has said has good bones, is solid. To replace that with a triplex modern feature that, if I'm accurate, and I may not be, as far as my knowledge, a triplex isn't historic at all and didn't actually start being used or fully utilized until the early 1900s. So to change from, well, no, it's not from the 1790s. Okay. Well, neither is a triplex. That's my big point. You can take nails out of half the buildings in this town, and you'll find modern nails. Are we not supposed to upgrade or all that? Not to mention, this is, the owner has said, has been in their hands for well over 100 years. So they've had the opportunity to make changes or fixes or updates to it themselves. So does that not make it historic now? I have a lot of problem with this on what we are defining as historic or not historic. This is important. This one's not. A triplex is not historic in any way, shape, or form. I'm sorry. I understand the needs of the organization, the owners that want to utilize as much housing as they can. But just as we're speaking of, is the second largest landowner in Exeter, there's a place to find it. And maybe it's not this one. Or maybe it's designed around this or incorporating this building to maintain the history of our town. That's why we have a historic section of town. If we lose our history, we lose everything. And I'm sorry if I'm being overly dramatic or whatever. I'm passionate about this, and that's why I'm here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak from the public? Oh, I'm sorry. Gwen, you had your hand up.
Just a quick, and Ton, I'll let you go. There's like a 40-year period of time where it seems to be a mystery if this house was built in 1790 and then some of your stonework is dated to 1830. It just seems odd that in 40 years that building has been compromised. Something's happened to it to make it now not its original. I'm not describing this very well, but
you mean like
from 18
or something?
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like you're kind of dating this from 1830 on, and I'm just thinking, okay, it was built in and you're saying that is not the original structure. Well, the original structure only lasted 40 years. That seems, does that make sense?
They don't want it to be, I don't know, but we know it was built in 1789.
Yeah, and
because we've got the church record saying that that's when they moved in. So
I'd like to think that the original, that somehow is still there. Or something happened in that 40-year period that we don't know about. But anyway, thank you, Ton, for your patience.
Sir, it's your board. Thank you. Anthony's 117 Marlborough Street again. And it really is a great conversation. I've got to tell you, I came to this meeting unprepared, but quite agnostic about the demolition of that particular building. I mean, I haven't been in it. I've lived in town for 23 years. I've walked by it. As you know, I'm an abutter, so I've looked at it a lot. I wanted to push back a little bit on some earlier comments, including the comment about a missing tooth made by the applicant's team. And I've heard that term before when I sat on the planning board, and I disagree with it. You enter town as it was, and granted, the Wick building and the old, or what was the old Foster's building, and then the Wick building, I think, has been a bit of an eyesore in the last 20 years that I've lived in this town. But that piece of that green with those two glorious trees in front of it, and the front of that building, to me, were very attractive features of entering town. So I just wanted to push back on that. It was sad to see the trees go. All right, that happens. But there is a beauty to that building, just to the front of it, and to the. So again, I came to this meeting agnostic about the demolition. I just want to be clear about that. But there was a beauty to the front of that building, and those massive granite blocks of the foundation. It's glory, and then just the sheer size of it, the mass of it, is pretty glorious. I get it that it's totally impractical for today's purposes, but as has been said already, there's some solid bones there, and there's a beauty to it, and things could be done with that building. Now, the other point of it, which really hasn't been discussed by the board yet, and really the reason that I'm here today is because I hate that triplex. I think it's inappropriate for that location in the historic district. I just hate it, just conceptually. So if you gave me a choice tonight between tearing down that glorious old building and then giving me a triplex, I'd say, no, don't give me the triplex, save the building. Maybe put another single unit off to the side behind the Foster's building. So that's where I'm coming from on it. Now, as an abutter, the other thing that I'm worried about is that the applicant, by right, is trying to shoehorn in a certain number of units into that lot. And I wish to heck that they would, be a little bit less like all the other applicants that we come before the boards, and, consider fitting fewer units onto that lot and just being a little bit more creative about citing what they've got. And I say that partly because obviously if the triplex goes away, then they are within their right to shoehorn more units into the back, which is going to suck as well. But that's not before you today, and we'll speak to that later. I just want to say that I think that the triplex is not a very creative solution. And that the presentation tonight has made me think differently about the big building, and I'm very intrigued by what's in the basement. And to say that that's not original to the building doesn't somehow take away from the value of that. I don't know anything about it, but it sounds very intriguing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to speak?
Patrick, can I ask, have you received any letters from other abutters? I know you read one before, but as far as...
Yes.
just want to make sure that, that gets announced.
Yes. We did receive a letter from David
48.
A. Cowie.
48
48
Franklin
Franklin
Street.
Street on the other side of the river. Says, Dear Chair Gordon and members of the commission, as the owners of 48 Franklin Street, a private residence abutting the subject property, we agree with the recommendations put forth by the Heritage Commission regarding the application submitted to Phillips Exeter Academy. The recent public site meeting at Gilman Lane included a walkthrough of the interior. It was helpful in reassuring us that there are few or no character-defining features to justify support of its preservation or restoration. We commend the Academy's vision and proposed development plans for a faculty housing community on these combined properties. Signed sincerely, David E. Cowie, Elizabeth Cowie.
And I don't know if this got officially, but the last time we met with you and HGC, we had John Donnell, who lives at 25 High Street. I mean, he had given you something as far as his opinion on the duplex, but I think he felt...
I think that was read into the minutes last.
Okay, so I just, again, it's another butter, but it was the,
Yeah.
that's all you have. I thought there was another butter that was going to send something in today.
I didn't receive anything.
Okay.
I don't have anything in my packet.
Yeah, that was the only one I
That was the only
got.
one.
Okay, all right, it would have gone through to Barb today if it went through, so.
Okay.
But she may not have gotten it to you.
But with that said, is there any more questions or comments from the commission members? Okay.
If I know someone who is not a masonry expert, but is familiar with the periods of construction and the tools that were used at different parts of time, could I bring them in?
Yes.
Well, I know one of those too. Well, yeah, that's more or less the appropriate person, but I know a couple people that, could take a look through that foundation and the beehive and et cetera, and, looking at the joints and the face of the brick and the connection between the granite and the quarried granite, might have another idea, but it might be the same idea as yours. I don't know. But
Yeah, no, I think
again,
that's
I'm not.
fine. If it's going to help provide some clarity to this and to give more information, yeah, we would be open to that.
But to the resident's point, people I know are not experts, but they are familiar with historical construction. One's a preservation planner who's required to, when doing surveys of old buildings, to know about the building of structures. So.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we want to be part of that. I mean, I think,
yeah.
it's, if this person is, I guess we'd want to see the credentials and be able to make sure we feel comfortable that this person has the background. But if that would help the commission to be able to make informed decisions, then yes, I think that that's fine. I mean, we want to bring in somebody else ourselves too to help with some of this. So I think it's, if that's going to help, then I think
there's
that's...
still questions to be answered about, more about dating the construction, about what has changed in construction. I'd love to peel back the interior walls of that and find the old framing and find the original.
I'm sorry, would you say find the old what?
Find the old framing and find the original window locations by the headers that might still be there or where they were cut off or something like that. I think that there's probably more information that building's got to share before.
Right. So have you read the letter from the Heritage Commission as far as the conditions that we talked about with them? Because that's exactly the discussions that we had. And part of what we'd agreed to was to do through the demolition process was to document that.
They were saying if you were to do that you could document that.
Exactly.
But that's documentation and that's approving the demolition of the
I
structure.
completely understand. What I'm pointing out is that that's exactly the conversation that we had, and that we would document the history of this and be able to see that. But it's, again, back to the idea that this has already been significantly altered and looking at the architectural integrity of it. So
I guess my hopes and desires were more from a preservation standpoint in terms of renovation. If you were to peel back those interior walls and you could see where you could still save and renovate and return to original proportions. To still find the life in that building.
I don't know. I mean, we can look at that, Patrick. But I mean, again, we're going to convert this to a duplex if we have to keep it I mean, it's going to be gutted on the inside. I mean, and it's going to be changed. So, I mean, it's just, so we can, so yes, I mean, we can, if you have areas that you want us to open up like more, we can. I mean, it's just not feasible for us to keep this as a single family. It just isn't.
Anybody's proposing a single family?
No, I understand, but as far as what I'm trying to talk to is about the architectural inside. I mean, as far as the framing, as far as what, trying to keep the original bones, I mean, these are the things that we're just.
The way you frame it as you're standing by the microphone is as though people are saying, save this a single family. Nobody's saying that. You could save the front of it, the basement, and whatever this interesting structure is in the basement, and do whatever the heck you want on the back of it, turn it into a duplex. And you would, I think, answer many of the concerns raised here today, and that's just from sitting here. So,
I understand what you're saying, Anthony, but as far as the location of that is still impacting us, so.
it's impacting you because you want to squeeze a lot of things into a very tight space.
No, it's not. It's the road. It's the relocating the road. That's why that structure is in the way. So it's, anyways, I mean, we're open to anything that will help provide more information. So if there's areas that you want us to focus on, we've opened up 4 locations already.
I understand that a ton of work has gone into this. A ton of work has gone into the whole property as the plan and siting the buildings and providing access with the right turning radiuses for emergency vehicles and all that type of stuff. I understand that. The road going over the footprint of that existing building, that's kind of where it all kind of falls apart as the design solution. It's a huge design challenge to do, and not just the structure if it was to exist in the existing site and turning it into a duplex, but rerouting that road somehow. It's a grading effort. It's a topography effort. It's other buildings that are in the back that are outside the HDC. It's part of that effort as well. Yeah, it is a big effort.
Right.
I don't think anyone's discounting that. And no one's disagreeing that it's not that's easy to come up with a different solution. So,
it's almost 10 o'clock, and I don't think we're going to.
And we have another applicant.
Yeah. So, Julie's made a suggestion about bringing in some other consultants to provide some more information for that existing structure. That's something that is.
Yeah, I mean, we would, Julie, if you can send me the information, I mean, I think that we'll definitely, we're open to that. I think that I want to see who this person that you're asking for, and then, we may bring in somebody to come with them.
There's my brother, first of all, but he's not an expert.
Okay.
But I do have connections to other people that would be preservation planners that would know.
Okay, with that said, I think I would call for a motion to table this application until we can have that person or persons look at the property and we can get a report back from them.
So can you just, for the record, be clear on what kind of information that you're asking for?
I think we want to have more information, certainly about that large brick structure that's down there.
Okay.
Dating that appropriately, and about the other methods of construction that have gone on. You're talking about dimensional lumber and, are there hand-hewn beams and nails and things like that? Someone that is a student and is a historian of construction that would be able to date those more accurately.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, we're open to it. I think that this is a lot of information to be asking for. I think it's, but yes, we are open to that if it's going to help the commission come to a resolution.
Yeah.
Should the tabling be until next month or to?
I would ask that you go to next month, and then if we're not prepared.
We need a date for, we need a.
Yeah, that would be tabled until the meeting in January.
Right. Yeah, whatever that comes out to be.
Information by then.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
So we'll try to get that over to you as quickly as possible so you can vet those people and
So just as far as the getting, I don't know what, as far as submitting an addendum to this, we're not going to meet the deadline of 2 weeks before or something like that, right? We have the holidays, so do we have flexibility in getting information to the commission prior to the hearing, to the next hearing?
I think we can make that choice, given that we have these holidays coming up.
Yeah.
I know, that's why the planning board's meeting tonight, is to avoid the similar kind of situation.
How are you going to get experts to contribute to this over Christmas? Before your next meeting in January?
Well,
Well, I'd like to get it on the agenda and let us try. I'm pretty confident I can get somebody here in January, so it's just, I don't know what your contact is.
let's put it on for January, and then if we haven't come to an agreement, I don't have the evidence to give to you.
Yeah.
Also, then we'll have the same discussion and either table it or make a decision.
Yeah. All right, let's shoot for January, but most likely it will probably be February, given that any report that comes back, if it's information that you want to react to and propose something different, then you're going to need time to do that.
At that point, if that's the case, then we would ask them to postpone. I guess what I was asking for is some flexibility about when to get you the information, because if you look at the deadline, the application deadline, I'm sure is probably January 5th or something like that.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and that's just not feasible for us. So I'm just asking for some flexibility about getting you the information. If we could, get it to you as soon as we can, and if that's a week in advance, that you would just take that into account as far as.
Then it's just on us to absorb it properly and do any research we need to do within the days before the meeting. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's why we get a little bit of leeway, which is kind of leading me towards February with all of this, I think. But we can shoot for January.
I'd still like to shoot.
If we're on the agenda for January, we can try, and we can request to postpone, but you can also decide to table. So I think there's flexibility on both sides. If it needs to be pushed out, we would love to maintain the time frame if we're able to get this information sooner.
I agree.
All right. Great. So may I have a motion to, you want to go ahead?
No, go ahead.
Are you ready?
I was going to.
All right, go ahead, Jen.
No. Motion to
Table application.
Table?
table the application.
Number.
This is 2111. It's almost 10 o'clock. That's why my brain isn't, the synapses aren't there anymore. Until January 5th, is that what we're?
No, next.
Or that's,
the January meeting.
January
meeting.
Thursday.
Third Thursday in January is 20th.
January 20th?
Yep.
Of 2022.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
You have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Pam. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. So tabled.
Foggy.
Now we have it's qualified.
All right. Next, under new business and public hearings, is the application of Exonian Properties LLC for changes in appearance, including the window replacement and partial demolition to a roof of the existing structure located at 43 Front Street in order to facilitate dormer windows and balconies. The subject property is located in the R2 Single Family Residential Zoning District. Tax map parcel 72-198, and this is case 21-13.
Oh, my.
You want to if that's possible.
Yeah. So what I just did is put it in and it saves it to the desktop.
Thank you for tuning in to Exeter TV. Exeter TV is the town's public and government access channels, available on Comcast channels 98 and 22. Channel 98 is your channel. If you have an idea for a program, want to host your own talk show, or submit a film, we're here to get your content on television. On Channel 22, we bring you live and replay coverage of government meetings and other town updates. A third channel, Blue Hawk Media, is operated.
Yes, we would. I think we would, having been here for a while now, we'd like to get in whatever we can get in tonight, particularly since Tony has driven up here from Cambridge. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Tony, are you all set? Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Sharon Summers. I'm with Donahue, Tucker, and Chinchilla, and I'm here tonight representing the interests of Exonian Properties. With me tonight is Tony Shao from Feingold Alexander Architects, and also the two principals of Exonian, David Cowie and Florence Ruffner, who will be available to answer any questions that you may have. I think what we'd like to do tonight is to have Tony get up and give an overview of the presentation materials that we've previously submitted to this commission, and then we will be happy to answer any questions which you may have.
Not sure if can I advance from here?
You'd have to hold the microphone, otherwise it won't be recorded.
Don't break it.
Can you all hear me okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I know this is a late night for everybody, so I'll try to be very direct and focused. So tonight's presentation is to show what is being proposed to transform this church into a residential project, and we're going to run through a couple images, but I'm going to start by showing a little bit about who we are. So our firm is based in Boston, and we've had worked on historic buildings since been practiced over 55 years, and we've been involved with a number of historic buildings around the country, and particularly in the Northeast. I'm just going to show you a few examples of some projects where we've converted church buildings, in particular for residential use. This happens to be a project that was completed about 3 years ago. It's called the Lucas. It's in the heart of the south part of Boston, and here we actually built an infill addition into the existing church, and that was taken over by a developer when the church was basically abandoned for about 10 years. There's another project we're currently involved with here. This is in a part of the city that's also in the Isabella Street area. And this one is a conversion also of a church building, also with residential infill, which is basically being placed behind the existing building. And I'll just slide it up. It just shows them another example where we were working with also a building that also has gone through landmark review status, as well as trying to propose what we've been dealing with in the neighborhood and community surrounding it. So this is another example of a transformation of another church into residential use. A project we are currently working on right now, this is in Toronto. This is a church that also has, in this case, more contained within the existing church, which we're renovating and proposing to convert into housing. Many cases they're working with existing windows, existing structures, and preserving the character of that as part of residential units within. And their surrounding areas and Mother is a larger development. That's not a project we're involved with. We're teamed with a local project firm in Toronto working on that project. This is an older project, one of the early ones back in the late 80s, which we converted a church that actually had been burnt. And so we brought back the historic fabric on the exterior of the church, preserving it, and then recreated and added in infill addition for development for additional housing around the edges. And so here you see this. And we also produced a series of elements that try to reuse
the existing fabric, and then we infilled here and here with copper dorms, as well as other cupolas elements here and here behind the existing Gothic sort of church form, and then added some elements here. Another project which we're currently involved with right now, also in Toronto for a different client. This one is looking at a larger infill situation behind an existing church that basically put forth a residential approach, again, in a historic part of the city. And the church in this case is going to occupy part of the building as in addition to housing. So it's a little bit different proposition here, where it was not just converted to housing. Church will continue to use a part of the building as a result of their selling off the rights for the development. Just more closely, the examples here in Cable Mills, we've done a lot of historic buildings. This is a transformation of a mill building complex for rental housing use. And some more recent projects, this is an example of some of the historic buildings we've been involved with. This is the BU Alumni Center, which converting this particular beloved building at Boston University, which we basically restored a lot of the existing building, and then we did some infill additions at the back, and also transformed the interior at the ground floor as a very popular pub. Just to give you some flavor, some examples of experience that we dealt with historic structures. A lot of repointing, a lot of restoration on exterior envelopes. Another project here at UMass Chapel. This is the UMass Chapel at Amherst, and this one was actually an interesting, different kind of project. Wasn't really a chapel. It was called a chapel, but it was used for classrooms and other uses. And in this case, they'd also been abandoned for 10 years. And in here, we brought back a sort of student-centric focused use. We restored the exterior, put back all the elements, but we also introduced new historic, new elements to bring new entrance into the building for accessibility, as well as transforming the inside for student-centric focus. And it's now one of the most popular buildings on campus as we brought this back to life. So the project today, this is going to show through what we're actually looking at with our client and proposing the modifications to this Exeter church for residential use. So I know this is probably a little bit of dense information here, but I'm going to try to walk through what it is that we're talking about. So this is a particular instance of showing where the existing church is shown here at the northeast corner, and what we are proposing to do in transforming this for residential use is to take portions of the elements here and here and beginning to infill for residential. In order to do and accommodate the residential use, we're proposing a series of essentially infill dormer elements here, which are outlined in blue. So everything that is outlined in blue is where we're having impact on the existing church. So I'll just sort of go around, sort of starting from the tower and going clockwise in this direction. So with the tower itself, we're proposing to basically look to replace and restore and repair the existing slate. And we have some pictures later that shows the condition. A lot of the slate is not in great shape. In fact, most of it is at the end of its useful life. So we're going to propose to do that. As we continue to come in here, the areas that are shown in blue is where the essentially the infill elements are resulting as a result of creating residential units within the church volume. So in blue here, what is being suggested and proposed is new dormers, windows and balconies. So this is basically representing the infill situation here, and the impact on the existing church portion of the roof is here. This element here will show you some examples of what it's made out of, but it is proposed to basically flank on both sides as we put residential units into the roof elements here. And as we continue, these dormers will basically have a similar profile in proportion to the existing church roof gable ends in terms of its relationship to that piece. And then we're proposing it to be clad in metal, both in terms of the siding as well as the roof. Again, we're going to show you some examples of that. As we continue to move around here, there are some introduced new openings that are proposed at the back of the church here. Some of these are, again, to allow windows for residential use. These are identified as new windows, which are placed here. The attempt is to try to really be sympathetic to the character of those windows in terms of its relationship and scale and proportion. Other elements that occur around the site, we have elements at the back. There is some current parking here. We're proposing 3 parking spaces. We're going to introduce some discrete door openings here to gain access to the garage and other elements of the building, as well as trash enclosures here. And then as we face along the street area here, flanking the existing side entrance, we're proposing a series of outdoor patios which are geared towards these residential units here and here with decorative metal railing, which is identified in these locations here, here, and here. So I think the other thing I'm just going to point out with respect to the tower itself, in addition to the restoration of the slate here, you're going to see some of the windows that currently exist here, which have these slate sort of louver systems. We are going to replace that with new windows here. Again, this is a unit, part of a unit in here. And then we're also going to introduce some very discrete infill windows, which are currently here in this location. The idea also with respect to the overall roof itself is to replace the existing roof. When we do a project like this, we actually have to remove the structure in order to basically do the kind of proposed infill development based on our experience with a lot of other projects like this. So in order to do that, all the roof actually has to be removed in order to, and then basically rebuilt back. And we are proposing to essentially replace it with sort of a high quality architectural style shingle system in order to bring back some of the characteristics and quality, but we are proposing to replace the current slate roof. If you turn to the other side, again, this is flanking the other way from the south corner. A lot of the same things apply. I'm not going to really go over this element here because it's essentially very similar, except to simply describe in these proposed elements here, this represents, as you can see here, a combination of the gable end dormers, which are sort of shed in this condition here. And then there is also a projecting a small balcony element here off of those residences with glass railing. We're going to show you some images of what that actually looks like or what we're thinking. Again, on the back portions of this, we're going to extend outdoor patio areas here. There are some very elements where we have to lower some of these windows down to create access out to the patio areas here. And then coming around to the front, we're proposing here is to take the existing stairs. We're going to leave it in place, but we're going to propose to reclad the staircase, which is not in the best of shape, with some form of stone pavers and risers. So you're going to see some examples of that. And then with respect to the existing entranceways here, what we're suggesting here is actually within the existing openings, we're going to take the doors in a way, but place them on hold open position and insert new doors behind that, because these are actually residential units. These are living spaces with respect to those units. And again, we're going to show an example of how we've done that elsewhere. And then finally, as we come to the large rose window here, there are stained glass components in here, but we are essentially going to replace that because these, again, is a residential unit here. We're going to retain the essentially the decorative sort of wood detailing around the windows and their sort of rosary pattern, but we are going to introduce new glazing, both because we have to do that for energy efficiency. They're single, glazing elements now, and once we remove the stained glass, it's going to be placed with clear glass in order to allow the units to have daylight and views out. So this, of course, is what the building looks like today in its current situation, and this is taken from the southwest corner. And here you can see the basic disposition of the front, the steps, the entryways, the rose window, tower, and then the existing side entrance here, which will essentially become the new entrance for the development here. This is a sort of a loose sketch. This shows what the proposed addition infill is suggesting here. And here you can see where we're proposing the elements of the shed dormers, basically aligning here for the residences, with the partial extended area here, allowing for a deck on those units coming out to their own deck areas. Part of the roof gets carved in here and here, also for private decks. And then again, you can see here the beginnings of this sort of outdoor patio areas with decorative metal railing here, flanking to those ground floor units here. And then we'll talk about the entranceways, these existing openings being converted for residential use. Taking another view looking up the street the other way, this is the view, of course, with the historical building in the foreground. And again, taken from the same vantage point, this shows the idea again where one sees the elements building forth. This is again the idea that the dormers elements are again adhering to the same proportion in terms of the existing gable ends in its scale. Because it is set back, a large part of it is really fairly discrete as one moves around the side because of the foreground elements here. And then again, we are going to basically reclad the front steps, and they will also become dedicated entryways to these units too, as well. So some of the elements a little bit more detailed. So at the base of the building here, surrounding the patio area, here you can see what we're proposing and defining that the ground level patio is to do simple but decorative sort of metal railing system that tends to be very light and probably will be painted somewhat dark in order to make it really sort of be a background to it. So this is a suggestion that we're proposing at the base of the building for those outdoor terraces and patio areas. As we look at the dormer elements itself and the cladding, what we are looking at, this is another example of actually another church project closer into Boston, but here this was showing, in this case they proposed copper. We're looking at elements that are going to be high quality cladding system, whether it's copper or brine zinc or some element like that, but the intent is to create an element that is complementary to the roof of the church as one is proposed in these additions here and here. Coming further, as we get into some of the elements of the glass railing at the third and fourth levels. So here again, we're seeing the suggestion that the glass railing wants to basically be an idea of a laminated glass. We want this to sort of be more disappear and discreet as it clads in here. And the same will be true here when we carve a portion of the roof down to create outdoor private deck areas here. Most of it will be largely hidden due to the roof slope of the existing church, with only a portion of the railing basically popping up here in order to deal with the egress code requirement heights. Furthermore, as we come into the elements coming out of the new dormers, the idea again is to do a very simple treatment of aluminum-clad wood French doors. We're trying to do very high-quality window and door systems throughout, and the intent is to use a really high level of treatment, which is similar to some of the other projects that I showed you earlier that we did in the Boston area. So again, the intent is to do something that is of high quality and essentially aluminum-clad wood door and window systems. With respect to the proposed asphalt shingle roof, the idea is to use a high-quality architectural grade asphalt shingle. There are some examples which I do have, but not in this show, that have been done at other historic buildings using a very high-quality grade shingle system. Again, that can do a lot of variations in colors to match the existing church color. So I think the idea is to really work very closely in terms of defining that particular shingle characteristics that tries to be really complementary with existing slate, especially with relate to color and some of the shadow line. In respect to the ground level walking out terraces, again, simply the idea here is to show that we're looking at a cementitious 2x2 pavers. They will be basically on pedestals in order to allow drainage below, but the intent is to use fairly high quality outdoor patio paver systems that again will be colored to be sympathetic to the existing church as it exists on the ground plane. As we look at the typical window replacement, again, as we are suggesting here, we are going to propose to remove existing stained glass where it occurs. This is not of the church in this photograph here, but this is an example. And remove the existing wood window sashes, but essentially to refurbish the executive deck window frames. So the idea is to make sure that we retain the decorative qualities of these frames, and then to replace the sashes with new wood sashes with insulated glazing to allow for the residential use within. Here's another example of how we did another instance in another project where they also had some characteristic rose windows. So here, in this instance, what we did in this instance is that they had stained glass that was removed and we essentially refurbished the existing decorative rose window in frame, and then we replaced the glazing with new clear insulated glazing system units. So this happens to be one of those examples that we did on another project, which I'll show you shortly, where we took advantage of the existing glazed rose decorative pattern, but actually became a new insulated window system within actually this residential unit kitchen area. Some of the other details, there are some copper gutters and downspouts in the building. So the idea is essentially you look at match existing profiles and detailing with a proposed red copper system for gutters and downspouts. And they'll essentially be designed and located as needed in the final design to be determined once the final roof situation is settled and the design is more developed. Other things, when we looked at the elements, like, for example, in the new proposed dormers here, the idea in elements that have the more reading of a two-story glazing system. Again, these are proposed to be aluminum-clad wood frames, and they'll have clear insulated glass with metal spandrel panels as required in separating the floor levels here. Similarly, when we looked at the dormer windows themselves and the punch windows in the extended elements here, the idea, again, is to do a high quality, for example, like a Pella Contemporary Architectures level series or equivalent with aluminum-clad casement windows. And again, the idea in all cases is to look at aluminum-clad wood frames of high quality and clear insulated glass within. And with respect to the tower elements, again, as I mentioned before, there was a series right now of shingles that are basically acting as louver systems in the existing tower, which is where the bell is located, which will be removed. Because this is being converted back for residential use, what's being proposed here is, again, a Pella level equivalent architecture series with an aluminum-clad awning system, basically to do this sort of approach. So in other words, it sort of is referencing the existing idea, which has these sort of angled shed slate elements here, which are acting as louvers, but now to replace it in kind with a sort of more contemporary glass system, but a series of awning windows that recalls the characteristics of the existing openings here, but now converted for residential use. Here's an example, a little bit closer. This is the project we did in Boston, which I showed earlier. So in this instance, what we did here at the base of the church, and when we converted units, so the side entrances here and here are dedicated private entrances to individual units. So in thinking about the front arch openings here, what we actually did here, this is with the existing historic wood doors in that particular church. So we kept the frame refurbished, restored it, but then we held several on whole open position that you can see here. And behind that, we introduced a somewhat contemporary but discrete new doors, which are also acting as glazing elements to allow daylight and views out from within those units here and here. So we are suggesting and proposing a similar idea here with respect to these two current arch openings here, which again are going to lead into individual units here and here on either side. On the staircase itself, again, the staircase it's not in the greatest shape, and also I think what we're trying to do is enhance its quality. So the proposal here is essentially to create a sort of cladding, a stone system that's going to basically wrap on top of the existing stair treads and risers, somewhere along the examples that are shown in this example. We're not necessarily suggesting that it's bluestone, but the idea is that the intent is to clad the existing stair fabric, work within what's already there, but to reframe it to a higher quality material consistent with other materials that are being proposed throughout the building. And then we're getting close to the end here. So the last few elements here, this shows on the existing side entrance here, which we're, again, is being proposed to be the new entrance for the residential development. The idea here is to look at taking any non-historic storefront. So for example, this is clearly not historic. So the idea is to replace it with a glass entrance with metal accent. And for example, this is a project that we also did in a historic building. Actually, it's a Bullfinch building in Boston, where we took part of the granite lintel, left it intact, introduced a new wet metal accent and glazed opening. And then we basically also proposed any wood paneling will be restored and refurbished around this existing decorative arch opening here. Elements of lighting, they will be very discreet and only be needed as required, especially to provide elimination of dark sky compliant code issues. But the idea is to basically have LED sort of exterior wall sconces basically pointing down in discrete locations existing around the existing areas here in the dormers, as opposed to the residential units, as required by code, as well as here on lower levels related to, again, patio areas out here and here in very discrete elements, with the idea that it will be essentially try to be as minimal as required by code. And of course here, in some cases where we'll look at to refurbish and reinstall existing elements here, particularly if they're historic elements like this, which exists on the existing building here and here and here. And then finally, these last few images wrap up here just simply shows the condition of the slate roof itself. As I said, a lot of it is really the end of its useful life. There's many of them spalling, cracking, actually falling off. And it's like this throughout much of the roof. And so again, this is why when we propose to do the new design, is that we're going to replace this because again, most of this is really at the end of its life in many instances here. The idea, of course, with the tower is the intent to restore and refurbish here and elements like the copper cupola element here is to bring it back. And here again, this shows, for example, the louver system I mentioned before in the tower idea. So this is what we suggested with the idea of those awning systems, sort of the same fourplex idea, but done in glass. So it takes the nod towards the historic fabric, but it clearly introduces a new element as it relates to the residential use within. Just some other pictures of various roof elements, again, in various states of disrepair or condition. And then finally coming back again to the rose window, the idea is, as I said, we want to restore and refurbish the wood frame and the elements that surround it, but we are proposing to remove the stained glass, many of it which is not necessarily in great shape. It's also single pane, again, with the residential use behind it, is to replace and remove the stained glass within. Other areas here, for example, there are some series of smaller stained glass elements on the edge. Because we're interflooring the elements here, in many cases the floor level is coming right at the base of this when we propose a new infill. So again, these elements here will essentially remove also those stained glass, those single insulated elements, and replace it with insulated glazing within. So I think that tried to be as efficient as I could to run through these slides.
All right, thank you. Do you have any members of the public that want to speak for or against proposed application? No? Okay, hearing none. Commission members?
Well, last night at the Heritage Commission meeting, we did find that the treatment was appropriate for the historic neighborhood, given that the just about the whole exterior is really staying the same and identifiable as a church. Little missing the stained glass windows, but understand why they need to be changed. And we found that it was well done. And although we did disagree on the roofing material. Simulated slate instead. Well, clearly the slate is in worse condition than I had thought once you see the flyover and the couple of photos that they showed. We didn't pick that out in our decision on the Heritage Commission, but I did mention it myself that the architectural shingles that are shown are really residential, and while this is being turned into a residence or residences, I don't think they're appropriate for the style of building or the architectural shape of it. But otherwise, we were thought it was a proper change.
Well, we're talking about the roof. The roof, I don't think I'd ever noticed it before, but it just has a lovely pattern on it. And I'm guessing that with the dormers, it doesn't make sense to even attempt to duplicate that. It would lose its effectiveness. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll try to bring back some of that image, but you're correct. We looked very closely at this, and you're right. This is, there's some lovely pattern here. There's no question that there's some elements here that I think are very appealing. But by the time we insert, first of all, as I said, we have to remove the entire roof in order to do what we're going to do. And by the time you do that, and we put back the new dormer situation, and what's left, I think, might feel like a camel because it's almost like you had a vestige of something there, but it doesn't really work with what's new. I think what we felt was particularly important is if we're able to try to achieve as high quality within, the man-made products and do a colorway that really tries to blend in and tries to match this as much as we're able able to, and in particular, the intention with our client is to restore the tower slate, which I think is highly visible, highly prominent, pull that cupola back into its former glory, where I think that particularly symbolically for the church is probably the most important part of the roof. So the intent is to try to work as closely as we can, but we have to replace the entire roof anyway. So we did feel that while this is really lovely, it was going to fight against the dormer, and it would look like a camel in the end, we felt. Okay,
that wouldn't be good.
Yeah, they convinced me yesterday, so. It's
And
not
the front
architect.
door, I'm still not sure what those will look like.
Yeah.
I mean, to make a large, a big entranceway as it is now, and I feel like I'm going into it, and I don't mean any disrespect for the design, but it feels tomb-like. The one on the right, maybe partly because the red door is welcoming and it's a beautiful door, and the one on the right doesn't feel welcoming to me, and I may be alone in my judgment on that, but.
Are you referring to our project that we're showing itself, the Lucas? So in that instance, I think we had a lot of discussion also with local, review agencies, of course, in Boston. And in the end, because those doors also were in really bad shape, and we had to take them off, restore and refurbish them. And then by the time we put back the new glazing, which is, of course, this much darker bronze, we just felt in this instance that in order to blend the fabric there, we restored the doors, but basically we repainted it. As far as the unit development goes, I think what's really important here is that while we wanted to retain the doors, and we did it in such a way that allowed it to be retained, we also had to do something that would allow the units to work. So that's why when you see in this example, and I know this is a little bit small picture for you, but those doors effectively are also allowing light to penetrate into the units. It's their living rooms. So we're doing a similar thing, and this is very abstract in what's shown on the right, but we're going to pay a lot of attention to actually how we do this when we develop this in further detail, because we have to make sure that what we do here is a very high quality. It clearly is highly visible, and we know it's prominent. So we want the same thing like on this building, and we have to investigate a lot of attention to this.
Now, last night you said you were going to prop the doors open somehow?
So what's happened, like, it's hard to see in these pictures here, but in some cases, which you can't quite see in this photo, so the doors are actually held in hold open position, they're latched to the side of the building. So the side of the doors are basically allowed to basically be as if they're in a permanent hold open position, and behind which is the glazed unit and the new door. So it retains essentially the leaves of the doors, but they're held in open position, and in this case, they're attached to the sides of the existing church.
I think you can sort of see it in one of the photographs they have. There's no numbers on the page, but the front corner taken from the Gilman house. We can see one of them's already pinned in a hold open position.
Partly showing that already.
Interesting. One more. That one.
Yeah. So again, it's a little hard to see, but for example, I think this door is open here, the one that's sort of whitish color. So the intent would be to keep it in a permanent hold open position within the frame. And then behind it would be the new door. Outward, yeah.
Oh. A programming question that we didn't ask the other night. Do you need an elevator in this building?
Yes, we do.
How is that going to work?
Very carefully. We're actually positioned the elevator to be basically in the center blocking position here, so the elevator head house does not pop through the roof.
Okay, that's
so
what I figured.
we worked very carefully to locate. We did our client can attest to how many versions of where to put the elevator we went through.
No, I expected that to be the answer, but
I find the grand stair kind of problematic, in that it's an adaptive reuse to residential building that says, to me, public entrance. And I'll probably get tarred and feathered by my fellow commissioners, but I think it'd be interesting to look at an alternative to that, remove that stair and do something different to get up to those units. Perhaps it could be another terrace or something, but it says, come in here, everyone. Which, as a church, I guess, makes sense.
I think David Byrne wrote a song about that.
Yeah, I don't know if people living there will want everybody.
This is a really interesting point you're raising, because we've also, I don't know, do you want to comment? I could read a lot of it. So we've, of course, had a lot of discussion about this too. And in the interest of full disclosure, so we did have some options we didn't show today that removed those stairs, and they became essentially extended outdoor terrace areas for those two residential units here. We thought, in the interest of trying to be more, I suppose, historical in a way and sensitive to the image of the building, we said, well, can we work with those stairs, and maybe at the top of it, by recladding, place still private terraces, we're going to put planters and do this, but we felt we pulled back from that initial idea, because we thought maybe, especially like this commission might felt it'd be more appropriate to like retain at least a vestige of it. But you're making the absolute same point we thought too.
The planners kind of say this is a temporary, it's like when you go to the airport and they've got barriers, set up.
Right.
It looks like a temporary situation, and this is just part and parcel of doing a adaptive reuse in a historic building in a historic district. You've got to make decisions between the new use and the historic situation.
Can I ask you a question, since we're on this, if you don't mind my indulgence here? So we had the exact same situation. I'll come back to one of our projects that we went through earlier, and I'll just explain what we ended up doing here. So on this, the Isabella Church here in the Bay Village district, there was also a very grand flight of steps that came up to here, very similar to what this church is. In this instance, because we had to create an accessible entrance for the residential purpose, we removed the stairs entirely, lowered the arch openings down to grade, created accessible entrance inside here and here. One is the unit, the other is for kind of a lobby area. And this is what we proposed. And actually, the local landmarks commission actually supported this. And the residents were very much in favor of this, because it created accessibility. It retained the vestige of the historical arch openings, but we redid this and lowered everything down to ground. So this was an example of what we did by removing the steps out from the project.
Yeah. Well, it's a thought. I don't know if anyone agrees with me, but
it would depend on the.
It seems like it's sending the wrong message for the building.
And these are going to be the front doors to two units?
2 units.
So it
looks
depends
like
on the
entrance to
configuration of how to
Grand
get in there.
Yeah.
There was an image I thought was in this package, and maybe it was just shown last night, that had a similar situation with big wide stairs like that, and it wasn't just planters, it was actually more of a garden that had been placed in the stairs. But I didn't see what the solution was for getting up the rest of the stairs.
We can certainly revisit that. I think the original package we had actually widened the stairs, and then as Tony said, we had many discussions, and we came out thinking the commission will never want to remove those front stairs, so.
No, I don't really, but.
Well, you've got some really good architects. I think you could probably find some other ways of approaching it. But, the rest of the building, it's a beautiful, beautiful concept. I think the execution, I mean, I'm sure we can work on this for several meetings and pick on a lot of the details. The concept I really enjoy. I actually like the building, the new design better than the old building.
Stones thrown here.
Yeah, it has more character to it.
Well, I thank you very much. I think we love these buildings, as you can see, and we've had quite a bit of experience working on church conversions, many who are similarly landmarked. And it's really interesting in repurposing for new use, because in many cases, you hate to see buildings like this, especially if they've been abandoned or the congregation no longer uses it. So to repurpose it and provide housing, I think has been a very successful fit in the projects we've done and been very successful. And I think it's interesting also that people who select to live in these buildings, they're really interested in this. And they choose to live here for a reason because it is very different kind of living experience within. So.
How many units are you proposing?
At the moment, we're having 11, and they're ranging, I don't remember the numbers, but there are.
Four, 3, and 1.
That's fine.
11
total
units?
11 total.
Where are you going to have the parking?
That's what the zoning board is for.
We're working on that.
And it's currently zoned as single family? R1?
C1, I think.
R2.
Does our packet say, our packet says R1. R2, single family residential, or is that a typo? R2, single family residential zoning district.
So when you said that the little blue side door went to a garage, that was just a slip of the tongue?
No, so it's not a garage, it's, you want to, let me come back to that.
Person's access.
Yeah, that was a slip of the tongue. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was trying to get through this fast, so I was probably a little tired.
I can't think why.
No, it's not a garage. This side door entrance here is actually leading to a unit. It's not a garage at this level. The parking is basically on surface here, and we're proposing just using with the existing side driveway. But yes, we know that the parking is an issue. We looked at a lot of things, including trying to see if we could put parking underneath the building, but the structural complexity alone was proving to be really onerous.
Yeah, right now, R2 is single family, so that's not typo, unless it's just wrong on our map.
No, that's right. The little terraces, they can't be very big.
No, they're modest.
The back door entrance as well is it's an egress stair. We have to have 2 egress stairs within the building, so.
The site constraints only allow us to do a fairly modest amount of outdoor terraces, as you well know, because the sidewalk is almost practically on top of the road on the side of the existing church.
Now, the roofing tiles, in your slide that's kind of a very busy design.
Yeah, I would ignore what we showed as a picture. We're investigating a lot more options, and there are many choices that we're looking at. And again, the intent is really to try to be very, especially sympathetic in color, and try to do as high quality within the synthetic man-made product as we can. So I know that tile was very busy, a lot of color. That's not what we're proposing. It'll be much more discreet and muted.
Yep. Okay.
I hate to be an antagonist, but I don't think this project fits at all. I really don't. I think it fits the community. The proposal of glass and metal box popping up through the roof of a historic church from 1876. Most of your examples that you've shown are from Boston, Toronto. All of those have those styles of architecture that support that type. Most of the imagery that you showed us looks like, a glass cube popping out of an old historic structure. I don't see that it fits the massing, the style of the community, of the town, of the streetscape at all. I don't. You're removing stained glass historic windows that was done by an artistry that was founded, that were donated to that church by people that founded this town. There's so much loss here. It was completed in 1876, started in 1875. The architects were Peabody and Stearns of Boston, I'm sure you know. They opened their doors in 1870, so this was one of their first projects a few years later. It was a year in design, 1877. 1874 is probably when they started on it. The Reverend Noah Hopper Memorial Window that was gifted by Ambrose Swayze in 1897 was by the artist Madeline Armstrong. That would be going away. There's a bronze tablet for Deacon John Moses. He was a superintendent of that church superintendent for 51 years, a deacon for 62 years, a member for 69 years. There is a plaque from where George Whitfield in 1770, the famous evangelist, gave his last sermon in Exeter. He was on that property. That just happens to be the same guy that influenced Benjamin Franklin in Philadelphia to publish his sermons when Benjamin Franklin was struggling with his piety in terms of his Puritan background. The cathedral lanterns, the 8 that were donated in 1945 by Mrs. Ludi Peters in memory of her husband, William Peters, the deacon. That would be going away. The pulpit was a gift from Thomas Marsh in 1876 when it opened. The biggest philanthropist in this town, Ambrose Swayze, was baptized in that church. The one that gave us Swayze Parkway, the one that has donated everything, a lot of things to this town. This First Baptist Church was established here in Exeter. It was originally on, the meeting house was on Spring Street. Congregation grew. They built a new meeting house on Water Street, donated the original Spring Street as an armory to the militia. The Water Street was then repurposed after they built the Front Street, the one that survives today. And the Water Street was repurposed into an opera house, a theater, and then it was eventually lost to fire. In terms of adaptive reuse of a historic property, you're losing the assembly. You're losing the massive assembly, the congregation of anything for performance, for a speech, for musical, for theater, for any type of performance. That's completely being lost as a use, as a type. And the exterior of the building and the mass of the building and that huge roof is what supports that as a large interior open space for assembly. It reinforces the use that it was originally designed for. So I don't see how this fits. In Boston, sure. In Toronto, sure. Glass railings and metal roofs and things like that popping up and through. As an adaptive reuse, I don't think that Exeter's hurting that bad for housing that we would have to do that to this building. Sorry to be the antagonist.
No, well, the Heritage Commission disagreed because it's not being preserved, in a glass case. The history that you found is still the history that you found. And I don't know how to put it in words, but the recognition of the church aspect of it, that it was a church, will lead somebody to that research, if they so choose. As far as this not being appropriate for Exeter, we are hurting for housing units, and it would be really nice if these housing units were less expensive than other ones you've proposed, but that's your thing. We don't dictate uses for buildings, and I appreciate your suggestions of what this could be. I had another point.
I think the use as an assembly space is reinforced by the architecture of the mass. As soon as you throw dormers up there and balconies and things like that, you immediately know it's not an assembly space anymore.
Well, you're correct, but there's nothing that says this has to be an assembly space. I agree with you, that it would be great if it just stayed the same.
or an adaptive reuse that's supported in assembly space. Right?
But think about what they said when Louis Kahn built his library across the street.
Yeah. He made it residential proportions. He brought down the sizes of the windows. He turned the exterior to brick to match the existing buildings around. Did a lot to conform to what was on campus.
Well, as I said last night, I really hate seeing the stained glass go.
The Academy Library, the big, tall square.
But I do like seeing the building stay. I don't want the building to be torn down, and I want it to be used.
Yeah, I think that's your choice. I don't think there's market for another assembly space of that magnitude.
I mean, unlike our previous
Assembly
case,
space.
these people are trying to work with the building.
Yeah.
Could everyone please speak up? It's so difficult to hear you.
It is.
With the mask on and a lot of people speak really softly.
I'm going to I appreciate your research, Patrick, and I absolutely identify and empathize with that. And I think had this client or any proposal come forth that said repurpose this for an assembly use, you're absolutely right. That would have been the most direct way to do it. And when we've done things like that, now this is, unfortunately, this particular congregation was not able to maintain it. And if the building is left moribund, which we've seen in other instances, which unfortunately due to neglect because nobody takes possession and ownership, eventually the building starts to fall apart. And the last thing any of us want to see. And even this client is trying to work, not that this really is the purview of a commission such as this, because your ruling is really geared towards, I would like to think, especially related to appropriateness and exterior, but they are trying to also work within the existing envelope, which is very unusual. Most of the other clients we did completely gutted the interior of the building. They're actually trying to work with some of the existing wood beams and structure as part of the residential development, which is highly unusual and certainly is not the less expensive way to go. So they're trying to be very, very respectful, even on the inside, which they didn't have to, but they're trying to work with that. I think the other thing with respect to that, and again, I'm being a little bit maybe jumping the gun on any of this discussions. We haven't had this discussion, but we've also done instances where some of the historic fabrics of buildings such as this, we converted to jail, for instance, also in Salem for residential. But elements of the jail were preserved and repurposed in the lobby. There was a lot of historical information. I think it'd be wonderful actually to tell this story that you just did, and maybe there's a way we can find, perhaps in the way that the lobby is organized, if there are elements that we can pull from this building, repurpose, reuse, and also state the important history that you just described, which I think is really significant. We also feel there may be ways that we can acknowledge the importance of this building, which it clearly has and is, for all the reasons you described, and we ourselves have been involved with many buildings like Bullfinch of this era and this, same architect we've worked with on other buildings in the city. So I completely respect your opinion on this issue, but I'm afraid, unfortunately, due to the attempt to repurpose this use, to bring this building back to some form of life, there also has to be some economic vitality in order to make it happen. Otherwise, there isn't much as we would wish it, so there probably may be nobody who can do it. Otherwise, they would have come forth and done it already.
It would have been.
But you cannot throw out the Paul Revere bell.
No, absolutely not. In fact, if there's a place we can find a home for it, that would be great.
We'll figure out one. Do you have any drawings of the straight on elevation of the front with the additions, with the new work?
Well, we don't. Unfortunately, we didn't have it for this evening. Okay. I'm sure that this will be continued, but we can come back with additional drawings like that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that, just for the effect of
just turned into cabbage. That gentleman wants to talk.
Sarah, go ahead, please.
May I have that?
Well, I just wanted to thank the board again for, just this really robust deliberation, and I'm really impressed, Mr. Chair, with the amount of research clearly that you've done to prepare for this case. So I think that's just marvelous.
We do occasionally have openings on this board?
Yeah. No, I'm on the budget committee.
He served.
So you bring up some very good points about the historical aspects of that building, and that's obviously HDC is important. But I've looked at the exterior of this building in anticipation of the of hearing that something was going to happen to this building, and just sort of looked at the brick and the chafing and the mortar. I didn't take a close look at it. Maybe the board has already had a tour, but maybe not. And I'm like, God, how's anybody going to do anything with this building? So hats off to any developer that's brave enough to take this on, and hats off to the architect for some really creative designs. I grant you that, it's tempting to say that it's not what we're used to in Exeter, and I get your point on that too. The flip side, I would say, is having served on the budget committee now lately, you're converting a church, which is a non-tax revenue generating thing, into a residential thing, which is going to generate a substantial, that's not your purview, but I just wanted to point that part out too. Substantial amount of revenue for the town. So there's a lot of different angles to this thing, and but I wanted to commend you on the robust conversations. So thank you very much for your service again. Thanks. Yeah.
And I second that too. I do appreciate the care that you're bringing to this, and we care very much as well.
I'd like to mention as well that the congregation, I think we're talking about selling this church back in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
So they struggled to keep this church going for as long as they did.
Well, in 1876, it was completed for $37,000, including all the furnishings. So is that,
I wish we could do that today.
Inflation.
Yeah.
slightly more than that?
A little bit.
Okay.
They won't even buy the furnace.
They didn't have one back then either.
No.
They were all foot stoves.
Patrick, are there more materials that you'd like to see before we accept this application? I mean,
The one thing that I wanted to see was that front elevation that you talked about.
yeah.
I'd love to see the interiors too, as the floor plans and that type of stuff, but, because that's not, you don't have any of that information.
No.
No, we do not.
But do you feel like the materials are
Well, 11
well
units.
described?
I assume air conditioned and heated. We'll need 11 units on the exterior, or 11 roof penetrations or something like that.
We're working through the systems right now. We're still at the schematic design level here, so the engineering part hasn't engaged in full bore yet because we want to get through this process first. But when we do these projects, we try to be very discreet on any things like penetrations and working systems in.
See, and something like that definitely will impact the exterior.
Yeah.
So that's something that even conceptually or things you've done in the past would be helpful. Certainly.
Sure.
The front elevation was certainly one that I was looking for.
What is your opinion of the idea of removing the steps? Do you have an opinion about that? Worth exploring?
I don't know. I would hate to see him go, but I get the point. You've got this grand stair and doors held open. It just doesn't come in. So, I don't disagree with what Doug said.
Well, so there's a couple other things that you said that sound like they make sense, but I think in other countries that have really ancient architecture, typically when they add on to it the way and make a reuse of it, they are very careful to show the difference between what is really the real old artifact and what is the new modern system. So, and I can understand why in a residential environment, we want a house to look like it fits in, but in a building like this, I think there's the other side of explaining the history. In a way, you're explaining the history of what really was there and what is new. And I think that should be articulated.
Well, that's also supported in the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, but primarily for the reason that they can clearly define what has been new so it can be removed at a later date.
Well, I think there's a lot of again, there's a lot of archaeological research that needs to be done, but or historical at least.
The purposes of it being so different is so they can remove it at a later date and return it to the original if so desired.
Well, that's not the architectural purpose. The architectural purpose is to inform people of what was and what is, and not have an artificial idea about what the past was.
And that's why I liked that one photograph that you had that showed a set of stairs that had been, well, not removed, but just like made a, like this has no landing in the middle of it, so they made a landing, and I don't know where the where the steps continued somewhere, but it was quite identifiable as this was the main entrance. We have changed this building, but we are honoring what was there, and it's replaceable. Yeah. And it's replaceable. You can just put the steps back in.
It's a real interesting project. I agree, it's a hard use to make fit. I mean, the building itself is designed to be an assembly space, and in a way, the broken up roof explains that, well, it used to be an assembly space, but now it's divided up into smaller units. And, it kind of explains that.
Right. I think that's one of the things I conflict with.
among a number of things.
Yes.
But the other things like, with the glass railings are too over the top for a small New England town. I don't know. It depends on your level of, so it's sort of a subjective decision.
Again, it's just radically different than anything around it, or anything within the historic district. So is that you're either doing that purposefully?
Well, I don't know. If you look at the Academy campus, there's some fairly modern stuff on that campus.
But seriously, you've got to have some sort of railing.
Yeah.
And a picket fence would be totally ridiculous. So,
you don't typically put that on a balcony.
That's why we didn't show that version.
Well, as long as it wasn't vinyl.
Or tracks.
Yeah. Well, the Academy is probably not the best example because things that are new are new. They haven't developed an older property like this and made big changes to it.
You have that Hardy Holtzman Pfeiffer stuff that's kind of in the middle,
Yeah.
well, I don't know about anybody else, but my brain has turned into cauliflower, and I don't really think I can make any sensible comments at this point.
Well, we appreciate your time. I know it's been a long night.
And your time.
The comment that you made about wanting to preserve as much of the interior as possible, including keeping some existing beams and stuff like that. What is the Heritage Commission able to see that when you guys walk through it?
I was not on the walk.
Not really. We walked through the basement and then around the outside.
Did you go in the main portion?
No, we didn't.
It'd be really cool to have that pulpit to sort of practice the Moby Dick speeches.
Yeah, we're still working through a lot of that. That is at a conceptual level, but the owners are interested in trying to hold some fabric because I think they absolutely feel it contributes to the residential units within. So
yeah, I think I'd see some value in whatever hand sketches you have. If you know you can fit 11 units in there, you've got something on paper, right? So that and just walking in the space to see what the idea is in terms of preserving it and not being a full gut, as you say, I'd be interested in that.
Yeah, and as Patrick mentioned, the wall penetrations, if there are any, or the other roof penetrations you need for services, that will affect what it looks, what we're seeing here.
That and some thought on parking. I mean, I know we're not planning board, but if it's a structure that's going to house parking, it's going to be on the property too. So.
Not on that property.
I don't think you have any parking.
The other property, there's no parking on the property.
Yeah, I feel like there's very little space.
They didn't have parking when it was built.
Yeah, that's true. The horses could wait out front.
Share with somebody nearby?
But I guess we have nothing to say to that. But actually, I still think, I appreciate what you're doing, and
Can we be clear on, my understanding was more so on the outside for the commission, and no disrespect, but, just where this, how far do we have to go when you start talking about the inside?
Well, I'd like to see what the idea was about preserving those, preserving the interior beams or what that was talked about. Because to me, I look at this from the exterior and I see a full gut. I see no way of putting floors in this for residential units without it being completely compromised on the inside. So the comment that that's sensitively being done, I'm curious about. Experiencing the interior, seeing the stained glass from the inside, those are the penetrations that are being removed from the exterior. Be nice to.
And I totally respect that, Patrick, but my question is more like, what's the purview of the commission from our standpoint as an applicant, so that we know what we're providing and have to provide, and what we're providing by choice?
The purview is what's listed in Article 8 as our zoning ordinance.
So inside is?
No, it doesn't specifically call out inside.
The only reason we'd like to see anything from the inside is because of the things we were talking about as far as wall penetrations or roof penetrations beyond what you're showing us here. Because we had another project down the street that wasn't well planned and was just in the guy's head, but he drew the exterior and the whole wall was windows, and he was planning apartments, and there was no way you could furnish your apartment because it was totally windows, but it had penetrations for the laundromat, the laundry services and air conditioning, the HVAC, all over the walls on the outside.
No disrespect, it's just...
Yeah.
So Julie, if I can, I think what I understand you saying is that you would be interested in seeing what we're going to be doing to the interior as it relates to what might happen on the exterior. Right. And I can understand that and appreciate that. And I don't think we have any issue with providing that kind of information. Right. I think what David's driving at, though, is that in terms of, say, the interior layout, in terms of how the units might be laid out internally, I would think at most that would go towards the Heritage Commission purview rather than this board's purview, which deals with the exterior of the building. Mm-hmm. And my understanding, based upon, I was not at the meeting last night, but my understanding is that the Demolition Review Committee and and I believe the Heritage Committee under that umbrella has viewed this as an appropriate project. So if my understanding is correct, then I think what we would do is to come back to you with additional information on the interior of the building only as it pertains to how, the various holes that are going to be punched in the roof kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Okay?
Did you have a second meeting with the Heritage Commission? Because I received a letter from your first meeting that said it was not appropriate.
It was last night.
Okay. So we don't have a new letter or a revised letter from
Unless you got an email from Jay, I don't know.
Okay.
I wasn't at the site visit, I don't know.
Bear with me for
I think it came through on an email. Did you check your emails?
No, but I'll look at the meeting minutes. Was that the November 8th?
You're looking for the date on the sidewalk?
Yeah. Was that November 8th?
I think there was another one.
Is that the original one?
This is the original one.
Can I see that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the only one I've seen.
So this is dated November 15th, and this was from Jay Myers, the chair of Exeter
Yeah.
Heritage Commission. 9 a.m. on November 12th, 2021, the Exeter Heritage Commission Demolition Review Committee met at 43 Front Street to consider demolition of portions of the existing roof. Present at the site were HC members Pam Jedham, Bill Campbell, John Gruder, and myself. Also present was the developer and his architect and realtor, Lawrence Ruffner. The DRC determined that the structure to be significant and felt that the removal of such portions of the roof would compromise the character of the historic building, as provided in section 5.3.5, section D, paragraph 4 of the Exeter zoning ordinance. The DRC is suggesting conducting a meeting to consider public comment.
Which we had
Which was what we did last night.
So we have no new letter.
No. And there was no public, and we went over it, and actually, we approved it.
Okay, so that was the letter I was looking for.
So,
There were more members at the public hearing than there were on the sidewalk, and that's purposeful for one to explain to the rest, or vice versa, to have that conversation about the appropriateness.
Okay. All right. So I guess what we'd be requesting is penetrations from the exterior, penetrations to the exterior of any mechanical units or otherwise, things like that. And I would like to do a site walk. I don't know if anyone else cares to, but it's up to you. It's your building, your property, your permission.
I don't think we feel the need for a site walk, but obviously the church is there. We could come back with the floor plans and present those.
Yep.
Let's look at what the levels are.
well, if they can do the Salem jail, which is incredibly haunted, then they can certainly do that.
There's a lot of stories there.
All right, then may I propose, may I request a motion to table the application until next meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So table.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're not doing it?
No, they denied it.
Oh, I haven't.
Previously offered, but not now.
Okay.
I can look.
I'm good, how are you?
Turkey. Enjoy the holidays.
I'm tired. I'm tired. Good night. Thank you. Good night. Thanks. Thank you.
Good night, thank you.
Did you adjourn?
No, we have
No.
approved minutes.
We can
Can we table?
make a motion to table those.
I haven't read them yet.
Yeah,
so I'd
let's
love-
table those.
Move to table the minutes until,
All in favor of tabling the minute approval? Aye. Okay, thank you. Motion to adjourn?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Unless anyone else wants to.
Thank you for tuning in to Exeter TV. The meeting will be starting shortly. While we wait, let's learn more about Exeter TV. Exeter TV is the town's public and government access channels, available on Comcast channels 98 and 22. Channel 98 is your channel. If you have an idea for a program, want to host your own talk show, or submit a film, we're here to get your content on television. On Channel 22, we bring you live and replay coverage of government meetings and other town updates. A third channel, Blue Hawk Media, is operated by SAU 16 and can be found on Channel 13, with all your school sports, events, and meetings. You can watch Exeter TV online at exeternh.tv, Apple TV, and on Roku. Find us on social media for extra content. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell to get notified about live streams and new content. Tune in to our platforms every other Friday to watch the Exeter Biweekly Report, with recaps of recent events, updates from town departments, and messages from nonprofits in your area. If you head to our website, exeternh.tv, we invite you to sign up to our newsletter to receive monthly updates about new content, upcoming meetings, and more. We'd like to thank you for taking the time to watch Exeter TV and hope that you tune in to our other content as well.